More than 200 years ago, there was a powerful necromancer. As powerful as he was, he became egotistical and prideful. As we all know, pride goeth before a fall. Modern day. The necromancer was out for a walk one night. While crossing the road, a man bumped him with his shoulder, and he did not apologize. The necromancer would not let this stand. The necromancer turned, ready to curse the rude pedestrian. But he wasn't paying attention, so he didn't notice the truck barreling towards him. All that power, undone by a truck. When the necromancer awoke, he was sitting before a goddess. He introduced herself as Nyx, the goddess that would decide where the necromancer would go for his next life. Oh, so I get to go to some amazing isekai world? The necromancer asked.
No, I've decided you'll return until you've learned some humility. I pray you learn from this lesson.
Little did he know she'd send him back. In his already dead body. I will admit, it's kind of comfy. I don't care if I have to raise like a whole horde of like zombies. Every time I wake up in the morning, I look over to the side and go, honey, I feel an evil presence. And then she turns and looks at me. I'm like, oh, there it is. Sorry. Good morning, honey.
Attacking woman.
I've got ectoplasm all up my crack. That's my cousin! Hey!
It's alright. Hey.
There we go! Everyone come to the BJ store. This will attract customers.
The wind chill. Something's off.
Yeah,
Let's go
I
in and
farted.
take a look.
Meat, thud. We have meat.
I can tell you and I are going to get along just like fire hoses.
And I bet you can do some things with a fire hose, can't you?
Damn it. Fucking damn it, guys. That's hilarious.
Hello, everyone! How's everyone doing? Yes, I'm here. Welcome, boners. I guess I should show off my new drip. I decided to do a special entrance. Is everyone ready? Here come the feet pics, right? Right, the feet pics?
I came.
I bet you did. And I bet it was hard.
Nice work, Bone Daddy.
Thank you. So what do you think? I got the feetsies down here. Showing those off. Got a little bit of that working. Working my way down. It's not a dress. They're called robes. Yep. Got the long sleeves. You gotta make it. If it's cold out, you gotta have the sleeves that cover the hips. Yes, she says it all the time. And when someone asks you if you're a god, you say, yes. Hello, boners. Oh, I've been waiting for this day for so friggin' long. How's everyone doing tonight?
Flawless victory.
Thank you. Oh, I hope everyone liked the lore vid. We had a special appearance. We had a debut of her own, Little Boo, my oldest, the voice of Nyx. She was so excited to do that. She wanted to lend a hand, so I found a spot for her. Thank you, Max.
Almost the whole thing. The only part I gotta see with me.
Oh no! I am so upset right now. Oh, thank you. Boo just came in and told me she only got to see the part
I'm a graduate of the Harvard Business School.
Thank you for the follow.
Through the Black Plague, and I had a pretty good time during that. I've seen The Exorcist.
Thank you for the cheer. Oh, bro, thank you.
Get funnier every
Thanks for coming, homie.
Not to mention the fact that you're talking to a dead guy. Now what do you think? You think I'm qualified?
Boo just came in and told me she missed like the whole video because there was a friggin' ad playing.
Though I know I should be wary, still I venture someplace scary. Ghostly haunting, I turn loose. Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice!
Oh my god! Thank you, everybody! Thank you for coming. Thank you for the bits. I love the hype. This is great. This is actually a first for me. I don't think I've had this much attention. It's very awkward.
I got that too!
Play it again. Play what again? Which play? Oh, play the video again? I can do that. I can actually do that. I know how to do that.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Yes, very disturbing. Alright, I am going to play the video again just because apparently there was an ad playing the first time. Go figure, I made sure everything was ready, no scuff, and what happened? Twitch. Let's play an ad over it. More than 200 years ago, there was a powerful necromancer. As powerful as he was, he became egotistical and prideful. As we all know, pride goeth before a fall. Modern day. The necromancer was out for a walk one night. While crossing the road, a man bumped him with his shoulder, and he did not apologize. The necromancer would not let this stand. The necromancer turned, ready to curse the rude pedestrian. But he wasn't paying attention, so he didn't notice the truck barreling towards him. All that power, undone by a truck. When the necromancer awoke, he was sitting before a goddess. She introduced herself as Nyx, the goddess that would decide where the necromancer would go for his next flight. Oh, so I get to go to some amazing isekai world? The necromancer asked.
No, I've decided you'll return until you've learned some humility. I pray you learn from this lesson.
Little did he know she'd send him back. In his already dead body. I will admit, it's kind of comfy. I don't care if I have to raise like a whole horde of like zombies. Every time I wake up in the morning, I look over to the side and go, honey, I feel an evil presence. And then she turns and looks at me. I'm like, oh, there it is. Sorry. Good morning, honey. I've got ectoplasm all up my crack. That's my cousin. Hey!
It's alright. Hey.
There we go. Everyone come to the BJ store. This will attract customers.
The wind tune. Something's off.
Yeah,
Let's go
I
in and
farted.
take a look.
Meat, thud. We have meat.
I can tell you and I are going to get along just like fire hoses.
And I bet you can do some things with a fire hose, can't you?
Damn it. Fucking damn it, guys. That's hilarious.
There we go. Now hopefully everyone got to see it that time. There we go. We saw my cousin Tay-Tay in the video. Everyone loves Tay-Tay. Yeah, he's got issues. He's like, everybody's got that one member of the family, and you're like, why? Why did you do the things you do? I don't. He's a prick. Yeah, see? Real bonehead. But I did too. I came all over the place. Thank you all for coming. Okay. Let me see. I've got to move. I got to move my bonehead off to the side now. so that I could do the little panels. I got one of those little panel thingies, almost like a power. No. Oh goodness. Oh goodness. We can't have the chat up in my face. All right. Wait. You're still dead about that joke? What do you mean? So, oh. Haters gonna hate. Likes! That's right! I've got the whole PowerPoint thing. See, isn't that great? Isn't that great? Got a tombstone. Stupid thing. Likes. Of course I like horror films. I'm a friggin' skeleton. Who doesn't like horror films? I mean, there probably are some, to be honest. What if we want to be in your face, BJ? What do you mean if we want to be in your face? I mean, there's only so much room in my face. I mean, I'm not even sure if there's like an in the face. I mean, when you're just a skeleton, you can't really get piercings. It's not really the same.
That's what she said.
Giggity! Giggity! Let's see. I don't like horror films. Why? How does a vampire not like horror films? You are a horror film! I don't get it! Oh my god, tell me you're not a Twilight watcher. Rosa is not a Twilight watcher. Too high humanity. No! No, I'm a gothic no, I'm gothic horror. It's different. Most horror films are trash. Like B-horror. You like B-horror? Like, Zombievers? Also, yes, my humanity is high. Ba-dum-bum. See, you gotta start learning a path. You know, go hang out with some Sabat. Death in the Soul is probably the best path. Yes. Or Cocaine Crabs from Outer Space. Nice. I love the old Tromaville films. Right? Tromaville. The Toxic Avenger. Class of Nukem High. Romeo and Juliet. Come on. Right? Married to You is a horror film. Oh, thanks. But praise Kane and pass the ammunition. Damn right, Aston. Aston. Well, I also like horror films. One of my favorite horror series is, of course, the Evil Dead trilogy. Evil Dead 1, 2, and Army of Darkness. Ironically, I saw Army of Darkness first, and I loved it so much it made me go back and watch Evil Dead 1 and 2. Groovy. Many people don't know this, but at my wedding, when they said you may kiss the bride, I said hail to the king baby and put her in a dip and gave her the kiss from the end of the movie Army of Darkness. I did. I was on microphone too, so everyone that was there heard it. I have witnesses.
Nice work, Bone Daddy.
Thank you. Yes, Ash is like a hero of mine. Let's see, what else? I love the Puppet Master series. I mean, again, at the end, it got ridiculous. But the original 3, the first 3, 4 are alright. Those are probably my favorites. Especially with the one with the origins of Toulon set during World War II. That was probably my favorite Puppet Master. Puppet Master was underrated. Yes, it was. Lady Taker was really nice. It got me a sticker of Blade from Puppet Master. I have it on my monitor right now. Yes! I love Puppet Master. I love film and TV references too. Puppet Master is cool. Cora loves Puppet Master. Of course! Because Puppet Master is amazing. Alright, Cora, who's your favorite puppet? Everybody has a favorite. I'm gonna guess Jester. Jester's your favorite, right? I'm not sure if that was yes to answer my gesture. I didn't think so. I like Blade. Jester. 6-shooter is freaking great. Decapitron is just ridiculous. 6-shooter was yours? Yes! 6-shooter's a great character. I love the story, again, how Blade was made. No, it's Blade, because Blade's a badass. Black on black, the long jacket. He has the suave looks where he tips his hat with the blade. The little knife hand. I love them all. Thank you for the follow, Aston. Austin. Austin? I could just go, hey! There. In case you hadn't known, I love film and TV references. Originally, when I started streaming, I wanted to be a reaction streamer. But the problem was, I've seen like everything. I've seen so much. It's hard to react to something for the first time when I've seen them all. And I love so many freaking movies. Film and TV references all the freaking time. It's even really sad now. I reference old ones. And I get people today that weren't even alive when they were on and have no idea what I'm saying. Everyone hating on Jason X, but Jason was awesome looking. If you say so. It could have been way better. Way better. And you know it. Although, I will say, okay, everyone loves in Jason X the nitrogen freeze death on the head. When he just smashes the head. But I love the two dummy girls. They were just supposed to be holograms in the simulation. And he's beating them against the tree in the sleeping bags. Just the fact that they reenacted it. We are the elder gods of the internet. Well, the elder gods, that sounds like a Cabin in the Woods reference. I love Cabin in the Woods. It had such great twists. God, I can't believe I forgot his name. The nerd guy, the stoner. He was my favorite character in that movie from the start and ended up being a badass in the finish. I am very happy. One of my favorite movies. Yes! Actually, I gotta say, if I had a favorite Jason, it would be the, whatchamacallit, the Tom Savini Jason. That was like a special unlock skin they had for the Friday the 13th game. That was a badass Jason look. It's a fantastic deconstruction of the horror genre. Yes, Cabin in the Woods was. I love the setup. I love the way they did the humor in it. I love how they played up the tropes, but explained the tropes, how these famous horror tropes fit into this world. It was all brilliant. Yes, Cabin in the Woods was genius. And while I loved it so much and would love to see a sequel, I don't know how you would do a sequel to a movie like that and do it justice. It's better left as a one-off. But I'd love to see more creativity in that same way. Something new. Something not done before. Prequel? I mean, yeah, a prequel would be great. I love jokes. I think that's obvious. I was making freaking skeleton puns the whole time waiting for the timer. Let's see. World of Darkness. Yes, everyone knows I love World of Darkness. In fact, this Saturday, playing in Dr. Aesop's werewolf game. That's right. I am playing a Glasswalker Theurge, which is totally, and I'm playing a healer. I'm a nice guy. Totally against my character. I'm like, what the fuck? This is not right. Or maybe the First Order tribute. What do you mean the First Order tribute? I don't get that one. Well, Joss Whedon isn't going to be working anymore. What a dick. Yeah, I heard all about that. And that sucks, because I remember back in the day, during, the Buffy years and Angel years, everyone was like, wow, Joss is such a great writer. Oh, I love Joss Whedon. Oh. And then you find out the shit that was going on behind the scenes, and you're like, what the actual fuck? Glasswalker Theurge equals magic bullets. Yes! Yes, that was already on my mind. Bingo! You know me too well. That's cheating, though, because I've played World of Darkness with Aston. I know him. We homies. You remember some of my crazier, more fucked up moments. For the prequel of Cabin of Woods, the founding of the order that sets up the sacrifices. Well, they made it seem like it's ancient. And I think that would be going too far. At, like, the founding... I think that would be going too far. I think we'd be talking like medieval fucking shit. Thank you for the sub! I am the original boner. Look at Dr. Aesop holding that first up front. He's like, yeah, look what I got. Yeah, that he was yelling at everyone like Charisma Carpenter and James Marsden. Yeah, and that they wouldn't leave people alone in the room with him, like, you know, rest in peace. God, I hate that I have a bad memory. It just slips out of my mind. But you know exactly who I'm talking about. Dawn. I just watched freaking Euro Trip the other day. I mean James Marsters. Yeah, I know. Ironically, my friend brought his Vampire the Masquerade LARP book and got it autographed by James Marsters. So his Vampire LARP book is autographed by Spike. Sorry, I'm food deprived. Michelle Trachtenberg, thank you! And yes, food deprived. Go feed. Not on me, though, because I have no blood. Get a blood bag. And suck it! That's right. Oh, wait. Oh, that just gave me an idea. Uh-oh. Everyone's in trouble now. Everyone's in trouble. Right? Because I just had an idea.
Let's get ready to suck it!
You're welcome. And then, of course, you know, World of Darkness. LARP particularly, I am a very big fan of LARP. Though I haven't played in a few years. I tried to get back into it a few times and get my feet wet. But really, it hasn't been the same since a friend of mine...
Are you not entertained?
I am totally entertained because I enjoy the sound of my own voice. Oh, no, a couple years ago, my best friend passed away, and we LARP. He was the one that got me into LARPing, and we were inseparable for many years. And when he stopped playing, it just didn't feel the same. I tried to go back, and the people were great. It's not the people. It was just, it didn't feel the same without having him around. I really don't know how to describe it. But I did try, and now I'm not going to get into that. It's a good day. It's a happy day. Agreed. Yeah. Anime. Of course, I love anime. My number one favorite anime is Overlord. I love Angel Go. That's right. I would do that shit if I could. I love friggin' power fantasies in anime. I love power fantasies in gaming. I'll fucking cheat just so that I can be a badass. Yeah, in real life, I'm fucking crippled. I'm disabled. I don't want to feel like I suck in a game. I want to feel like I'm a badass. I want to go in that game and whoop that bitch's ass. I want to watch my anime and lose myself in that like main character and be like, yeah, I would rock this fucking shit. Yeah. I don't know why. I've always loved it. I love the power fantasy. I think that's why I love isekai in general. That's kind of been my anime genre since I really got into it. Only because y'all are related. That's right! Don't hate! Boners unite! I haven't seen it. You have got to watch Overlord. You would absolutely love Overlord. And you should definitely watch the Vampire Shell Tier. That's all you right there. All you. All you. Let's see. Let's get more specific. Let's see. Dislikes. I hate stupid people. I can't stand them. In fact, I hate just about anything stupid. It gives me a headache. Have you ever heard something so stupid? You have the response in your head, but it doesn't come out. It's almost like your brain had to reboot. Like, the fuck did you just say? Am I wrong? Everybody has that moment where you hear something so stupid, your brain just, it skips the track, and you got to get it back on track before you can respond. You're like, wait, what, huh? Oh, I hate bots. I think the bots are annoying. A lot of things, to be honest. Yeah, I dislike a lot of things. I've become bitter and old. I do. You'd be surprised, but I mean, my sarcasm clouds it in a rainstorm of humor. Lewis Black. If it weren't for my horse, I never would have spent that year in college. Okay. You became bitter? Yeah, I am a bitter asshole. I mean, everyone knows it. You bitter and old, never saw that coming. Of course not. I'm an old skeleton. Ricky, you can't even, like, oh my god. Oh. I almost made a joke about myself and then remembered the joke that I told to Lady Taker. Lady Taker is a huge Undertaker fan of the WWE. And, I said, you know what? He's so old, he can't even do first blood matches anymore because they'd cut him and nothing but dust would come out. Right? That joke, I told that years ago. And it was just to get under her skin. I actually like The Undertaker, but because she likes him so much, I have to give her a hard time. How dare you? Yeah. Years later, we're watching, like, a show. I'm not sure if it was a documentary or what, but they were interviewing The Undertaker. And he said the same thing. Years later, it was like waiting for an ultimate payoff. And he goes, yeah, I'm so old now, I can't even do it anymore. Just dust would come out. And I'm like, I freaking fell out my chair laughing. Oh my god, it was so great. It was the worthy payoff. I was like, oh, that's not what happened. Yeah, it is. Yes, it is. What are you saying what happened? What, are you gonna... Was it slightly different? Whatever. Yeah. And to be honest, let's see. It was, what would he do against game characters? So what? So what? Whatever. Whatchamacallit? Oh, I worked in the entertainment industry. Yeah, Lady Taker loves to grab the mic. Excuse me. Now, working in the entertainment industry for years, I've dealt with a lot of stupid. Especially in, like, theme parks. But people don't have any common sense. They really don't. And they'll come up to... You're closing the line for the characters. The characters have to go in. And you will hear the weirdest excuses. I have to go. I have to catch a flight. I was like, when does your flight leave? In an hour. You have bigger problems than seeing a character right now. You're going to miss your flight. Do you know how long it takes to get in there? You hear this stuff all the time. I remember when I first, near the beginning of my injury, just before I had my first spinal surgery, I was walking on a cane, and I had to close the line for characters, right? And a tour group came as I was closing the line, and they, like, charged at me. It was almost like a friggin' stampede, and I could not help myself. I didn't plan this in advance. It just popped out. I slammed my cane on the ground and went, "You shall not pass!" And everyone in the line started laughing. The freaking stampede was laughing. The freaking characters were laughing. They had to excuse themselves from set. They were laughing too hard. I'd like to return these diapers. They already have shit in them. Yeah. In the words of Eddie Murphy, Barbara from the America. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Who's next? Whereas a 15-minute walk takes 4 hours. Indeed. Yes. Yeah, I worked in retail before. Boy, you'd be surprised how dumb some people can be. Yes! Thank you. Exactly. I can't stand stupid. I really can't. So don't come at me with that shit and expect me to have a positive report. I am very bad about censoring my mouth, and I love sarcasm and witty humor. When I was sitting in a goth club, but I had worked all day, I was in my boots and blue jeans, and I was wearing a work shirt, and I was just sitting there drinking a beer and talking with the bartender. Some kid comes up to me and friggin' says, "You don't look like you belong here." And I turned and I looked at him. I looked him up and down. I said, "Why? Because I don't shop in my mom's closet?" I couldn't help myself. Don't come up to me with that shit. You'll go and get it. You're not going to like the response. The retort. Ba-dum-bum-bum-bum-bum. Okay, here we go. What do we got next? Favorite movies. I said this one. Evil Dead series. Ash vs. Evil Dead. That series was awesome. Ash vs. the Evil Dead. I swear to God. It was like one of the best shows, but so many people pirated it, they didn't see it worthy of going on any more seasons. That makes me sad. Now, don't get me wrong, I think that they took Ash in a far more slapsticky, joking way, but it was still Ash, and it was still a great story, and I still enjoyed it. Yeah, Ash vs. Evil, indeed. It was. It was great. It was amazing. Seeing Lucy Lawless come back, playing Ruby, it was awesome. That, I loved Ash vs. Evil Dead. Supernatural is another of my favorites. Supernatural, I've watched through that series backwards and forwards. And I'm probably going to get that tattooed on my chest. The anti-demon possession. I plan to get that tattoo. I love it. Love Supernatural. Dean is my character. I know there's Team Sam, Team Dean. I'm Dean. Dean's a badass. You were so happy when Universal brought Ash vs. the Evil Dead to Halloween Horror Nights. Yes, I was. Yes, I was. And I was in that haunted house. And I took Boo with me. Little Boo has been going to Halloween Horror Nights since she was 3 years old. She is fearless. So she friggin' melted down when we went through the Evil Dead house, and Ash came over to her, took a knee, and kissed her hand. She was like, oh, she was in the clouds. Yeah, that tattoo is on my list too. Indeed. Anti-possession tattoo. Check. I also love the show Lucifer. Yep. I love that show. I liked it more. I didn't watch it until it was like all done running. At least before Netflix picked it up. And it was just, I had heard people talking about it, but I didn't want to get hooked on another show. I was like, I got too much to do. And finally, I got into watching it, and I got hooked, and I was like, oh, I love this. And when I heard that Netflix picked it up, I was like, yes, I get to see the finale. A proper finish to Lucifer. I loved it. And Boo loves Trick or Treat House. Yes, that's Boo's favorite house. Boo's favorite thing is the movie Trick or Treat. I don't know if you've seen it. I have let her watch it. However, I do censor it for her. Great show. Tom Ellis was fantastic. I loved his singing bits. Just hated the police aspect. Such wasted potential. Had to look it up. Oh, it's Pentacle with the extra player. Exactly. Tom Ellis is my forever Lucifer. I love that they threw Tom Ellis's Lucifer as a crossover into DC's Legends of Tomorrow when Constantine went to go see him. That was friggin' fantastic. Fuck yes. Great crossover. Great choices. Yes, indeed. It was great, and I loved it because even in that same run, they did the DC Legends of Tomorrow did that mini crossover with Supernatural where they had Baby the car make an appearance. Matt Ryan is my forever Constantine. Yes, I like Keanu Reeves, and I actually like the Constantine movie. However, it should have been named something else, because that is not Constantine. That's just my opinion. I thought the movie was good, and I like the actor. But the actor is not portraying the character that he's supposed to be. That's my opinion. Everybody's entitled to theirs. He was Helldiver, not Constantine. Some people were saying he wasn't even the Helldiver. I didn't read enough of the Helldiver to really compare. I've looked at a lot more with the just John Constantine and his backstory and everything. Yeah, Constantine in name only. That's my thought. It was a good movie, and I'm actually looking forward to seeing the sequel, but I don't see it as... Because the other... Matt Ryan is my Constantine too. He plays the character great. He's amazing. And I can't remember if Matt Ryan voiced Constantine in the DC animated movies as well. At least the voice actor they had for those was pretty good. Got me really into Constantine as well. He did, yeah. See, there you go. It was amazing. That Satan was from Constantine was the best. That is, I keep hearing, and I thought that was a great entrance scene. It's more than just the actor that played him. It was the outfit, the way he entered, just every aspect of that whole entrance, his appearance in the first Constantine movie was great. I disagree. He's nothing like the DC Lucifer. I didn't say he's like the DC Lucifer. But, and I don't even know if I'd call him the best Satan. He was a great Satan, and and everything about that scene was amazing. But I wouldn't say he's the best. I have a lot of different portrayals that I thought did really well. I mean, if you want to get technical, even though he wasn't called, Satan or Lucifer, I'd say a good depiction of him was Tim Curry's The Darkness in the movie Legend. I was like, dude, he's the devil. He's pretty much the fucking devil. Come on. I don't think he was supposed to be the DC Lucifer. No, he wasn't. Yes! I don't know what the S is. Yes! He was Lucifer the Morning Star. But then, I mean, you can get technical and say, they have the multiverse. Because Constantine's been through the multiverse. That's how he met the Tom Ellis Lucifer. So he's met several different Lucifers. Darkness as Lucifer. Indeed. Yes. The multiverse only has one Lucifer. That is not true. The multiverse does not have one Lucifer. They proved that with the Tom Ellis crossover. Canon and Sandman. Yeah, but they couldn't even put Constantine in Sandman. They had to change the name and change the gender. You knew it was Constantine. You watched it. It's like, who do you think you're trying to fool? We all know who that is. My bad. I had him categorized as Satan, not Lucifer. Peter Storminger portrayed Lucifer. Jenna is a treasure. Indeed. Yeah, I love all kinds of fantasy. I would love to have seen all kinds of crossovers. I would love to see a crossover where John Constantine, the Tom Ryan version with Supernatural characters. I would love to see Constantine working with the guys from Supernatural. It would be fucking amazing. In Sandman, there was a rights issue. I know there was a rights issue. Everyone knew there was a rights issue. Otherwise, they would have just thrown him in there. Coleman, that's the last name. There was a rights issue, which is why they couldn't do a Constantine as we know. Yeah, I know. It's always a rights issue. It's why they never did the Ash versus Jason versus Freddy. And Bruce Campbell talked about that. It was because it's 3 different franchises, and all of them worth a lot of money, and you're going to tell them, you're going to put them all in a fight and decide who's going to win. No one wants to be the loser in that, so it's going to come out to contractual obligation. It was hard enough getting Freddy versus Jason, but you throw in a 3rd franchise and you're going to get even more difficult, and that's pretty much what broke down in coming out with that. In Sandman, there was a rights issue. Yeah. Also, Matt Ryan was done with the character. I believe so. So angry about not being able to see Ash versus Freddy versus Jason. A lot of people were. Contractional ties. Indeed. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Movie business, everybody. But mine is better. No, mine is better. Favorite anime, I've said this already, Overlord. And I'm sure everybody's been watching Solo Leveling. Well, not everybody, but a lot of people, because it freaking broke records. Apparently, it knocked friggin' One Piece off of the #1 watched anime. Nope. Okay. Like I said, I like it. I love it. I've been watching it with my oldest. I also like the anime Fairy Tail. And that's because my best friend, who, like I mentioned earlier, had passed away. He actually called me one day and was like, you have to check out this anime. The main character, or one of the main characters, Natsu, reminds me of you. I want you to watch this anime. And that's how I got hooked watching that. And it took me a bit, because at first I didn't want to watch it after the first couple episodes. It's one of those ones where you have to get through the shaky start, and then it gets better, in my opinion. God damn, it knocked out One Piece. I'll check it out. Yeah. Solo Leveling knocked One Piece off the #1 watched anime. Lucy Hartfilia. Yes. And Happy. I love the cat Happy. I actually have a keychain of Happy hanging from my microphone. As a fan of the manhwa and light novel, Solo Leveling was kind of a disappointment. It was beautiful and wonderful. I just wanted more. I know, but you're never going to get direct translation from book to screen. Never. But from my understanding, it's still pretty good. They're still transferring it pretty closely. Just skipping parts that they feel like they're saving time. There we go. Saving time and money. How True Blood was to me was 3 episodes, sucked, and then episode 4 hit and I was hooked. Yeah. True Blood was a good vampire show. Although, I can't believe I'm saying this, but it became a regular joke to me. I was like, you can't have an episode of True Blood without a gratuitous sex scene. Somebody's got to get naked in that friggin' show, even if it makes no fucking sense to do so. I liked the show until they introduced Wendy. The first thing did was upscot over 12-year-old. It was done at that point. I mean, I still like the character Wendy, but I guess I wasn't looking for it. I didn't even notice the upskirt. Happy Aether! Yes! Aether! Yeah, I didn't even notice Wendy did an upskirt, but I'm not looking for that type of thing. Yeah, most anime have a grind to get through. If you can't get hooked after 3 episodes, I pass on it. Agreed. It was the highlights reel of the series. I fucking love True Blood. True, Team Eric. Yes. And it's always Suki. No, Suki! No, Suki! Favorite line out of True Blood. And now the weather. How are you all doing today? No, I love whatchamacallit. I know he was supposed to die in the books. Lafayette was my favorite character in True Blood. I am so happy he didn't die, and he cracked my ass up through that whole fucking show. That was my favorite character, Lafayette. I was a Lafayette stand. Fuck yes. Fuck yes. When he fucked up their burger, like, do you want an A's burger? Like, motherfucker, yes! Same besides Eric Lafayette, as always. My favorite line from True Blood was from Lafayette. Tip your waitress. Yeah, I was nice to my wife. I got her a small statue of Eric, and I got her a True Blood neon sign a while ago. The sign has broken, but we still have it. I don't know what she did with Eric. I think we lost him when we were moving. Yeah, that was one of me and my wife's guilty pleasures. That was like our date night. True Blood's on tonight. Yep, we're gonna sit and watch it every week. Oof. I thought Eric was an okay character. I was so tired. You know what? The main character, Sookie Stackhouse, was the only bad thing about that show that I can recall. I could not stand her, and I was tired of watching it every time she came on. Who's Sookie gonna have sex with now? I just saw Scuff Kitty's boyfriend. No comment. No comment. You know, if I never saw him again, I wouldn't be too upset. Who was the main vamp? Sookie's fucking flame? I hate him and her both. Bill? I didn't think Bill was too bad. He was way too sulky. I was like, oh my god. But I know vampires are supposed to have that sulk thing. People are into that shit. I was like, oh god, Bill, shut the fuck up sometimes. But Sookie was the worst. And she was an idiot. And like, most of the problems in that fucking show was because of her. Being stupid. Like, not even like, oh, well, she's just being curious. No, she's fucking stupid. Bill was a bitch. He's better in the books. Yeah, Lady Taker told me that. Lady Taker read all the books. She went to, we went to Dragon Con in Atlanta, Georgia. And she went to a panel to talk about True Blood because she had read all the books. Well, she kept clarifying and correcting statements to the point where the people in the crowd made her go up on the stage and start answering shit from the books. Because she knew more than the people on the fucking panel. Don't freaking get True Blood quizzy with friggin' Lady Taker. Holy shit. 100% Sookie was the inciting incident across the board. I didn't like the fairy arc. I didn't like the fairy arc either. That was stupid. Oh my god. What a waste of fucking time. LOL. Oh my god. I mean, a lot of the characters made really dumb decisions. I like the first season, I think, was the best. That final season, that ending was awful. That ending was god-awful. I wouldn't put it on Game of Thrones level god-awful, but it was pretty bad. And I'm so disappointed. I avoided Game of Thrones for so long. I didn't start watching until like season 5 or 6. And then I finally watched it and I binged it and I got hooked. And then they friggin' ruined it for me in season 8. I was like, you know what? I'm mad now. I can't go back and watch it anymore. Even though I loved the first parts of it for so much. Knowing how it ends just ruins the rest of it for me. It just soured it. Hated the very last book. Ass ending, yep. Hey, every time she's on screen, I'm biting my text. Shut the fuck up! Yes! I'm hella salty about Game of Thrones. Indeed, so am I. We don't talk about that season. Oh, God, it was so bad. It was so bad. You know what? Game of Thrones and True Blood were both on HBO. HBO doesn't know how to close the fucking deal. HBO does not know how to close the fucking deal. Game of Thrones and True Blood, both bad endings. Fucking awful. Awful. Glad I never watched Game of Thrones. Yeah. Like I said, it got me so into it. I enjoyed the series, and then that last season was just like, it was so bad. I can't go back and watch all the greatness that was in before it, because I know how it ends. It just ruined the rest. I'm so mad. I wish I hadn't watched it, then I wouldn't have gotten mad. Exactly. I've always said that Rome had a terrible ending. True Blood did, Game of Thrones did. I never get invested into HBO shows for that reason. Game of Thrones got too far ahead of the source material and fucked it all up. Yeah. They didn't know how to close the deal. It was a shitty ending. If they were just going to make up the ending, then fuck it. Do something decent. What the fuck was that shit? It was almost like we were walking down a road. And then we decided to not just go off-road. We jumped in a lake, swam across it, and then jumped into a fucking cave. Like, what the fuck were you doing? Why did we do that? The road's over here. We were doing fine on this road. How the fuck can a harpoon kill a dragon? I mean, I guess it depends on the size of the... depends on the size of the harpoon and where you hit it. There is an anime I love called Arifureta. Like something to World's Strongest or something. There's a scene where they fight a dragon and they cannot get through the dragon's skin. So he says, fine, we'll do it this way. And he has a giant spike and he shoves it up the dragon's ass. And I was like, brilliant! There's the weak spot. There's already a hole. Arifureta is great. Yes. Congrats on the re-debut. Thank you, Faye Wanderer. Thank you. Get him. Also, the dragons don't even speak. The Vlad Engel. Let's see. Congrats on shit in the bed was when Sam brings the book he wrote titled A Song of Ice. Yeah, come on. Everyone was over that shit. What? I can't. You know what kind I want. So, yeah, there's... Let's see, Scanlan did the same thing to a dragon in CR. A Song of Cringe and Said. Yeah, and then there was, what? Okay. What is that? Pizza time? Oh my god, I'm dead. Thank you, Faye Wanderer. The Song of Cringe and Sadness. This is so bad. Yeah, basically, I mean, I know a lot of people did. I did not have a problem with Arya killing the Night King. I was fine with that. I know a lot of people did. A lot of people bitched and moaned about that. I didn't see a problem with that. My problem was like the whole shit with Daenerys. I thought that the Hound fighting the Mountain should have been a lot bigger deal, and should have had its own thing. Fucking Bran becoming, what bullshit was that? Damn it, I've been making salsa this whole time while listening and just realized we're out of tortilla chips. Make your own! I never saw the end, but Arya killing the king was how she was set up from the start. That was stupid as fuck. I didn't have a problem with Arya killing the Night King. They were basically saying, you know, she's got the skills, and she's got this, and she's got that, and that's what the whole thing she was training from the start. Fine, whatever. You know, I didn't have a problem with that. Just, you know, if you think about it, where everyone else was in the story, at that point in the story, she was probably the best one to do it. It's fine. Everything else, hot fucking garbage. What the fuck? It was just, they really didn't close the deal. Bran flakes. Oh my god. Bran didn't do shit. He pretty much did jack shit the entire fucking series. And you know, as a crippled person, he embarrasses me as a fellow crippled person. I did like how they killed King Dipshit the Inbred. Laugh my ass off. I think everyone celebrated that. I think everyone celebrated old Purple Face. Oh. You are not crippled. You are a goddamn cyborg. Yeah. I have cybernetic enhancements. I still have to use a fucking cane. I wanted him to be set on fire by dragons, but oh well, whatever. It was slow, it was painful, he couldn't breathe, he changed colors, whatever. Slow and painful wins the race for me on that fucker. People were just fighting at the chance for that motherfucker to die. I think more people were shocked at how long it took to kill that bitch. Like, god damn. Everyone's dropping left and right, this little shit's still around, how the fuck is he doing it? I've got a dip. Okay, catch you later, Austin. No, that death was so much worse than Dragonflyer. He died bad. PJ seriously lives and died all dumb with Jamie. Yeah. Jamie had a chance at Brienne. And he went back to inbreeding. What the fuck? Have a great stream. I will, Austin. Thank you. Fucking Jamie Lannister is a dumb shit. And then Jamie sleeping with Brienne and Ding Dong ditched her. Yep. That was the dumbest shit. Like I said, show was going right down this road of gold. Just riding down this road of gold. And then they went, hey, what's over there? Walked off the road. Through a river and into a cave with no torch and found a bear and we're like, what the fuck is in here? You said ding dong. What's wrong with saying ding dong? I call my daughters the Bell twins, ding and dong. I learned that from my dad. He said the same thing about my sisters. Let's see. Also, that just leaves a loose end with the question of, was she pregnant? I don't even care. I think at that point no one gave a shit. If they were to come back and said, oh, well, we've got more, and we're going to continue on from where that left off, we're going to be like, no. Done. They'd have to fucking come up with something fucking amazeballs to continue where that fucking tragedy left off. Also, that just leaves loose at blah blah. George Road Martin doesn't have an ending. He never did, never will. That's what I'm starting to think. Or actually, no. That's what I do think. I've thought it for a while. If so, does his hypothetical heir take Casterly Rock? All Boruto. No Boruto. No Boruto. It doesn't matter. Everybody's talking about George R.R. Martin's ending. These guys took plenty of liberties with Martin's friggin' book. They added and subtracted where they needed and did fine with the fucking show. How could you not make an ending based on everything you know out of that? You can't keep blaming Martin or the fact that they got ahead. He was the No, they had plenty of knowledge. They had plenty of information. They could have fucking probably put all the books into a fucking AI and came up with a better ending than that. I'm just sad the Wheel of Time took so long. The author fucking died and needed Brandon fucking Sanderson to finish. You know what? I got this story. It may be embarrassing to some people. I don't give a fuck. There was an anime that I watched when I was a kid. At the time, anime wasn't really a thing, at least not that I was aware of. To me, it was just a cartoon movie, right? It was called Unico. Yeah, it's childish. I was a fucking kid. It was about a little baby unicorn, and he's supposed to spread happiness and joy. But it's dark. It sounds all happy. Oh, yay, spring happiness and joy. But the gods want to murder him. Because they want him, they want to be worshipped, not this fucking unicorn. Right? So they order him killed. But the wind that they send, like, the west wind to go and kill him. But she just takes pity and, like, hides him instead. And so there's at least 2 movies. And both movies end with, yeah, he gets the happy ending for everybody else, but not him. Now the gods know where he is, so the west wind has to move him again, and she wipes his mind every time he gets moved. So he doesn't get to make friends, he doesn't get a happy ending, and he loses everything every time. So I remember as a kid thinking, these endings are fucking dark. He gets screwed every time. Is there a finish? And there wasn't a finish. And, you know, now that I'm older, I went and looked it up, and I was like, you know what? I found out the author died. He never got to finish the story. There was manga, and I found out that they re-released the manga. It's new artists and a new story. They made it more modern, but they have the permission of the family, and they took the basic same original story, and they're continuing from there with a more modern, you know, take, you know, just changing some things to modernize it. But this one, they said that they're finally going to get the ending that it deserves, and the writers said that they were inspired by those same movies that I was watching. Dune Series 2. I can honestly say I never actually watched Dune. I tried. I didn't like it. I couldn't sit more for more than 30 minutes, and I had to turn it off. And I never read the books. Blah, blah, blah. Tell you how I know George R.R. Martin doesn't have an ending. It's because it's a historical allegory. Funny thing about history, no ending seems to just keep going. Yeah, basically. Well, that's the problem with anything like that, is that, yeah, there's no real ending to go to. You have to try to find something. If you're going to end it, leave it open-ended. He wants to milk it for all the money he can. I believe it. Of course. I can't fault anybody for trying to milk something that they're good at for all the money they can. If it works, it works. Fucking go for it. When I found out some guy was selling shit, I heard this story when I was a kid. I can't remember if it was true or false. I'm pretty sure it was just bullshit or made up. But still, when I heard that a guy was selling a solar-powered clothes dryer for like a bunch of money, and people were buying it, and he was sending them 2 sticks, a rope, and some clothespins, I friggin' didn't get upset. I was laughing my ass off. That's fucking brilliant. Baby's first fantasy setting. I think he's accomplished that. Shat on it. And is now living in regret. Yeah. That's probably... I mean... Honestly, that's true. Game of Thrones was good. I did like it. The ending was bad. But I'm just saying, for the series, you can't blame Martin. You got the writers they had enough people. They knew what to do. They knew what to do. They had you're going to always upset someone with an ending. I mean, let's be fair. But that was just bad. They upset everyone. I don't think there was anyone really happy with that fucking ending. That was a fucking train wreck. No one was. I mean, you're going to upset some people, but shit. That was a fucking garbage fire. Yeah. Favorite games. Red Dead Redemption 2 and Cyberpunk 2077 are like two of my top faves right now. I replayed them so many fucking times. I've dumped so many fucking hours into playing those games. I like immersing myself in the fucking story. Both stories. And they're so different setting-wise, you know. Modern and the past. I know Red Dead Redemption 2, after I played it, I told my dad that he really needed to play this game, that he would love it. He's like, whatever. And then he got hooked on it. I kept hearing, oh, I was playing Red Dead today. Oh, I was playing... Of course you were. Yep. Cyberpunk was great. I've played all the endings. I've done all the secret shit. I've done everything in that game, and I still friggin' love that game. I keep wanting more. Phantom Liberty was great. It was a lot better than I thought it was going to be. I'm jealous. I have a hard time retreading shit. I get obsessive about... If I find out that there's multiple endings, I get obsessive about... I have to see every ending. I have to see all the different choices. I want to see everything. So, and I like options. I hate being railroaded into shit. I hate when, like, linear games. You don't have a choice. You're going this one direction. There's no other direction to go. You're just going and doing. I want options. So I like that Cyberpunk gives you options, and depending on how you play, depends on what happens throughout the game. In Cyberpunk 2077, I started a bunch of tunes. I finally beat it with a powerhouse. I literally punched Am Smasher to fucking death. It was very satisfying. Oh god, beating Am Smasher, I felt way better about after seeing Edge Runners. Alright, I loved Edge Runners. Rebecca was my favorite character. She got done dirty. You know, so I beat the game before Edge Runners came out, and I beat Adam Smasher, but he didn't really do anything. You see him in the beginning of the game, and then you fight him at the end of the game. He does a little something to piss you off, like depending on what you did. Like if you go with somebody, you might kill one of your friends. But that was it. After you saw Edge Runners and you saw how dirty that fucker was, it was a whole new level of fucking satisfying to kick that bitch's ass. That's right. I knew about Smasher prior. Okay, if you played Cyberpunk in the old days, you knew who Smasher was. You knew who, like, Blackhand was. You knew all those motherfuckers. That's why I love the friggin' throwback scenes. The flashbacks were great. Yep. 2020, ironic, we're in 2025 and it's still, and we don't have any of that shit. The last time I played the tabletop for Cyberpunk was in like high school, and I played a fixer named Mr. Nice Guy. We have some of it. What do you mean some of it? The tabletop? I have some of the books too. I don't remember how many. I'd have to look it up. I mean, it's almost like cracking open a dusty tome. Like, no one's touched this in years. The aliens won't share any more of their tech with us. Of course not. Yeah, we have some of the tech. We're not allowed to have it, though. What? I got a raid! Ah! Thank you, Pearl Kitsune!
You're working with a professional here!
Thank you for coming, Pearl!
Nice model!
You know what? I hope no one's opposed to it. Since we just got Raiders in, I think I'm gonna play the lore video. I'll take a vote. Put a 1 in chat if you want to see my lore video I played at the beginning of my stream. I made it just for re-debut day. No, really, smartphones, oh man. Do it. Oh, okay. One. Okay, I'll play the re-debut. I'll play the debut video. Give me just a moment. 69, my favorite number. More than 200 years ago, there was a powerful necromancer. As powerful as he was, he became egotistical and prideful. As we all know, pride goeth before a fall. Modern day. The necromancer was out for a walk one night. While crossing the road, a man bumped him with his shoulder, and he did not apologize. The necromancer would not let this stand. The necromancer turned, ready to curse the rude pedestrian. But he wasn't paying attention, so he didn't notice the truck barreling towards him. All that power, undone by a truck. When the necromancer awoke, he was sitting before a goddess. He introduced herself as Nyx, the goddess that would decide where the necromancer would go for his next life. Oh, so I get to go to some amazing isekai world? The necromancer asked.
No, I've decided you'll return until you've learned some humility. I pray you learn from this lesson.
Little did he know she'd send him back. In his already dead body. I will admit, it's kind of comfy. I don't care if I have to raise like a whole horde of like zombies. Every time I wake up in the morning, I look over to the side and go, honey, I feel an evil presence. And then she turns and looks at me. I'm like, oh, there it is. Sorry. Good morning, honey.
Attacking a woman.
I've got ectoplasm all up my crack. That's my cousin! Hey!
It's alright. Hey.
There we go. Everyone come to the BJ store. This will attract customers.
The wind chill. Something's off.
Yeah,
Let's go
I
in and take a
farted.
look.
Meat, daughter. We have meat.
I can tell you and I are going to get along just like fire hoses.
And I bet you can do some things with a fire hose, can't you?
God damn it. Fucking damn it, guys. That's hilarious.
Well, there you go. Y'all, what'd you guys think of the lore video? I think your voice was in there for a bit, Aesop. That was the infamous 4 dead to 1 turret clip. Thank you for the claps. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. I'm glad you liked it. Yes, I also know it's not actually the Alton Towers theme tune. I'm joking. Woo!
Well, I attended Juilliard. I'm a graduate of the Harvard Business School. I travel quite extensively.
Thank you for the cheer.
I had a pretty good time during that. I've seen the Exorcist
All bits are welcome.
67 times, and it keeps getting funnier every single time I see it. Not to mention the fact that you're talking to a dead guy. Now what
What do you think? Do I qualify? And I got my necromancer drip on for today.
Fucking anime titty!
Got my necromancer drip on for today. I thought that'd be fitting.
Well, I attended Juilliard. I'm a graduate of the
Oh, more bits! Thank you. Thank you. It is greatly
I've
appreciated.
seen the Exorcist about 167 times, and it keeps getting funnier every single
I'm glad
time
you
I
liked the
see it.
video. I think
Not
I'm
to
going to
mention
use
the
that
fact that
video
you're talking to a dead
as an
guy.
opening
Now,
from
what do
now
you
on
think?
to my streams. I think I'm going to keep it around. At least for now, until I can bust out something better. I hope to one day eventually get an animated opening. But I had to make it myself, so I did what I could with Adobe. Yep, I've been going over my stuff, favorite games. I don't know if anybody's played the Darksiders game. I love the original Darksiders with War, the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse. You play War, and he was voiced by the same voice actor that did Gaara in Naruto. Your vid has given me many ideas. Well, I'm glad. Now you get to make your own. If you need any help, just ask. I know I promised I'd send you something else, and I can't remember what, and I feel like a shit for forgetting, but I have a horrible memory. Oh, I loved it. It was really a power trip playing as War. Like, you start the game just as this badass. You're just walking in throwing shit like, what? You know I will. Much love, bud. No problem. I loved Baldur's Gate 3. In fact, I started a playthrough. We're going to do Thursdays. Me and Dr. Aesop. And anybody else, I think he was trying to get other people to join in. Playing Death is pretty fun, too. Yes! Oh, and in the first one, in the first Darksiders, do you have a Watcher that comes with you, voiced by Mark Hamill? It has a very Joker voice. I mean, it sounds like the Joker. I really wanted a special edition of the Darksiders 2 because I wanted to get Death's mask as a statue like to have here at my house. But, unfortunately, I didn't have the money at the time. Kids, cool. I've got all the Darksiders. I should really start streaming those. I like the Darksiders games. Of course, Baldur's Gate 3, yep. Thursdays, me and Aesop are playing. It's my first time playing multiplayer. And we kind of do a mix of, like, normal strategizing and a little bit of fun roleplay. And I just keep fucking around. I'm like, he's like, why? He's using common sense, and I don't use common sense. I use my sense. He's like, why do we want her? She's a liar. She's horrible. But boobies. But no, did you see her holy symbol? Boobies. All hail Mark Hamill. He is the master of all nerddom. Indeed. Boobs. Exactly. Boobs trump a lot. You can get a lot. You can get away with a lot with a decent set. Bones, unfortunately, I have to go. No problem. You brought your raid in. I appreciate it. Thank you for coming in. I'm glad you liked the video. Thank you for coming. I've been watching your streams daily. I'm just normally quiet. I do it while I'm multitasking. I have you on off to the side while I'm doing shit on my computer. I have 2 monitors now. It makes it so much easier. Thank you. Go rest up. I hope you had a decent stream. A good stream. Like making salsa. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Thank you. Much love all. Catch you later, Pearl. Thank you for coming. Let's see. I mean, Final Fantasy VII. I think a lot of people love Final Fantasy VII. Sephiroth is my man. I love friggin' Sephiroth. We have a similar style. The long black coat. Night, 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 kids. Night. Good night, Pearl. I'm not super fan. I haven't played the second part of the Final Fantasy remake. I played the first one. Some parts make me very nostalgic and I enjoy it. Other parts I'm like, why the fuck is this in here? I'm not a super fan of the remake so far. What people wanted, in my opinion, of the Final Fantasy VII remake was a 1-for-1 remake with better graphics. They wanted the graphics. They wanted people to do the voices. They wanted to take that game that they loved and see it in modern awe and glory. And that's not what they got. And I think that that's why it's not doing as well as they had hoped. One of my favorite tracks. Yes, give us the damn OG. Exactly! Ship Sephiroth with Tifa. Well, yeah, because, you know, if Tifa keeps going after Cloud, she's not going to get anywhere. OG Final Fantasy VII was the best. And I loved finding the materia. I was so pissed on my first playthrough, I missed the Hades materia and the Neo Bahamut. Final Fantasy 6, 7, and 9 are the best in my opinion. I played 7, 8, and 9. I have the original 7 and 8 on my PC. I like 7 more than 8. 8, in my opinion, the only character I liked like a ton was Irvine. Irvine was my favorite character. But that was because, like, a lot of people, before I even got a chance to play the game, were telling me that I looked like Irvine. The long brown hair and the cowboy hat and stuff like that. So, immediately, you know, hearing that all the time, it made me like, oh, well, that's my favorite character. Because you did. Scuff Kitty took my wife's pillow and she's not even like her normal like laying curled up on it. No, she sprawled out like this is mine. I hate 13 as shit. I never played 13 or 12, 11. I played a little bit of 10. I didn't play 10-2 at all. I didn't like, for some reason, I didn't like the feel of 10. And I didn't like the main character. I just didn't bond with him. I like some of the side characters were pretty cool. Lulu, Riku, Oron, Waka I found annoying as fuck. I really did. And it just killed me for like wanting to play. Just move that pillow and maybe Lady Taker can use another. No. No, you don't understand. It's not the pillow. My wife tried giving her a pillow. She thought it was the pillow. So she tried getting a new pillow and giving her own pillow. No, she went right back to where...
When I don't sleep on it, she will sleep on it.
So, oh my god, I'm doing the limbo! There we go. Titus, I wanted to drown Titus. I know that would take hours. I would save it. I hated Blitzball. What the fuck? It's a cat power move. Yeah. Yeah. She's like, no. This is my pillow. It doesn't matter what pillow you get. If it's yours, no, it's mine. And then I like a lot of games. You know, these lists are not fully and comprehensive. Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines. I have played that game so many times. I played different modded versions of it. I absolutely love the game to this day. And I will still replay it because it captures the atmosphere so well. I do not have high hopes for Bloodlines 2. I can hope for the best. I'm still gonna play it. I know I'm gonna play it. You know, it's the Vampire the Masquerade IP. I know I'm gonna play it. However, I don't have high hopes based on the shit show that has been making this fucking game. Blitzball was a direct copy of an NES game about soccer. Same shit, more animation. Forget the title. Same. It's taking too long to come out. Yeah. Yep. I've been following it forever. I remember when they had that special, oh, you have to go to this website, and there's this, and you can earn free stuff in the game by doing this and collecting blood points. I maxed out all my blood points. I was ready for the pre-order. I had everything ready for that. Then they're like, nope, we're pulling back. Well, what? Do I still get the free shit for my game? Did I just lose all that? Was that like work for nothing? Sorry I'm late. I'm used to it, Rengoku. No problem. It's the 5e rules. I mean, I'm playing 5e rules for the werewolf game. I'm not seeing a whole bunch of big differences. It's not that big a deal. I'll check it out. I'm definitely going to try it. I'm not so concerned with the rules as doing the atmosphere and the characters justice. I want to be immersed in the fucking game and enjoy myself. I want to get sucked in and just enjoy the world. That's what I want. We are not playing 5e. 5e is no bueno. Oh. Like both it. Oh, I thought we were. Damn. No, we're playing 20. Oh, shit. That's right. Fuck! Now I'm even worse off. I haven't read the 5e rules. I heard that they were bad. I was like, I don't have the time for that shit. I'm an old fuddy-duddy. I like the old 3.0, 3.5 fucking rules. The old fucking World of Darkness revised shit. That was me. All my local friends enjoy the 5e, or not the 5e, the old rules, and we played games using the old rules. However, I will say By Night Studios has a good rule set. I don't mind it. It's not perfect, but it is fun enough that I enjoyed it. Got rid of what? I still they got rid of Gnosis? I still remember what pages turned to. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. If you tell me I have to make a vampire character, I could bust out a character without even looking at a fucking book. I know how to make a fucking vampire character, like, backwards and forwards. World of Darkness, duh, terrible design. Yeah. Why? This is dumb shit. They're gonna lose their ass over it, and the problem with them losing their ass over it means I lose a game franchise that I've loved for a very long time. I wish these companies would stop making these horrible, stupid decisions. Go back to my second tablet. I hate stupid. That just took a doo-doo all over their IP. Yeah. A lot of people have been doing that lately. Look at Snow White. But to be honest, I was over the fucking Disney live-action remakes for a while. Like, dude, make something fucking original. I'm so over this shit. It was just the fact that it's like you don't need to keep making fucking live-action remakes over and over and over again. We got the original. They're fine. We make something new. Like, I didn't think Frozen was gonna hit as hard as it did, and Frozen was actually blew up. My oldest daughter didn't like Frozen. I thought it was funny. I had a great picture when she was little. She was sitting in the bed. She stayed home sick, and she's laying in the bed watching Frozen for the first time, and just she's making this ick face with the lip curled, like, what the fuck is this? It's so they can renew their ownership of the content. Whatever. How much money they're going to lose renewing that? I was pissed at the Aladdin live action because they took away Jafar's song. Woo, love it. Hey, Father Mac. Welcome, Father Mac. Lady Taker says hi, Father Mac. I was already not gonna like. I was already not gonna like Aladdin because I felt like they should have left it alone as tribute to Robin Williams. That's my personal view. Robin Williams was a hero of mine. I am very sad that he's gone. And I was like, I thought that they should have just left it the fuck alone. It's almost like trying to redo The Crow. Just leave it alone. Just leave it the fuck alone. Yes, everyone does love a BJ. I heard the Crow remake was awful. I didn't watch it. I saw the trailer. I could tell by the trailer it was awful. The stink was already permeating through that. Yeah, I was like, what the fuck? It's one of those things. You can't really top perfection. It was amazing. It did what it was supposed to do. Make something fucking new. If you want to use the same universe, use the same universe. Don't use the same names. Don't. Move on. Move something different. Can you see this post? Yes, I could see your post, Dr. Aesop. And I saw your earlier one where we lost our clown prince. Yes. Robin Williams was my hero for a very long time. Since I was young. Anything that had Robin Williams in it, I watched it. Anything. I watched fucking, what was it, RV? Where he went on a trip with his family. I watched fucking, this other one, this show that got canceled. It was him and Sarah Michelle Gellar. I can't remember the name of it, but I thought it was humorous. He's still my hero. Yeah. Robin Williams is amazing. I just watched a video on 10 Things You Didn't Know About the Popeye movie. I love Robin Williams.
Well, I attended Juilliard. I'm a graduate of the Harvard Business School. I travel quite extensively.
Thank you for the bits, Father Mac. Thank you very much.
Just about 167 times, and it
Keeps getting funnier every single time I see it.
Not to mention the fact that
You're talking to a dead guy.
Now what do you think?
You think I'm qualified?
Thank you. Thank you again for the bits. Mac, I wish you were here to see the video. I played it like 3 times already. I played the lore video for everybody. He was such a sweet guy in person. I know. My wife got to meet Robin Williams in person. I never did. I wanted to fucking... That was my hero. Really. I think of all the celebrities who have passed away, Robin Williams is the only one I cried for. I was upset when George Carlin passed. Really upset. I was upset when a couple actors died. I was in tears when Robin Williams passed. Welcome to Emote Hell! No! No Emote Hell! I'll have to check it out on reruns. Okay, I mean, I'll probably end up playing it later. I'll give it a chance. It is the re-debut, and I'm sure, like, people love seeing the lore videos. Let's give some other people, like, see if other people come into the chat. Maybe we'll get another raid, and I'll play it again for that. My cigarette keeps going out. It's pissing me off. So, yeah, I love playing all those games. I highly recommend, if you play Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, if you download mods for it, my favorite mod that I have played for it is the Clan Quest mod. They put their heart and soul into that. It is an amazing mod. They added so much content to the game. And, you know, just the way they did it, I thought that it was going to be bad. I did. I thought it was going to be bad. And then after I played it, it actually wasn't too bad. It wasn't up to snuff with the rest of the game, but still, it was good enough. They added a feature where you get the opportunity to join the Sabbat. And you can go the Sabbat route. A whole new ending where you join the Sabbat. And I thought that was neat. I was almost inconsolable when Robin Puck passed away. Do it. Well, do what? What am I doing?
All this fucking anime titty.
Wait, what am I doing? What am I doing? Why, do what? What am I doing? What did I do, Bob? Nothing. Oh. The bot, eat the baby. No, it's curb stomp the baby. That was... Oh, the flashbacks just remembering it. Alright. In Vampire the Masquerade, there is a thing called Diablerie.
Flawless victory.
Diablerie is basically, you drink your enemy dry, a vampire, and to the point where you swallow their soul and absorb them into you. And you can become more powerful and absorb their generation that way, making you closer to Cain. You drink their soul. Yeah, you drink their soul. It's not just blood at that point. You drink all the blood first, and then you get the soul at the end. It's like the cherry at the bottom of the drink. Okay? It's supposed to be an evil act. You instantly lose humanity if you do this. I think two humanity. It's an awful thing to do. It is a high crime in most vampire circles. You're to the point where your aura, even your soul gets tainted. You get black streaks in your aura. So anyone that can see your aura sees that you diablerized, right? So we were in a game and everybody was diablerized. Even if they didn't need it. They were just doing it. Like it was so done so willy-nilly. That the ST wanted to illustrate how severe Diablerie was to everyone there. And he fucking got us. See, recently his wife had a baby. Him and his wife had a baby. So she was there holding the baby, right? He's doing the pre-game, like we were at a LARP, and we do pre, where everyone sits around and hears the news and all the stuff before we get in the game officially. So he's making the announcements. All of a sudden, he reaches over and grabs the baby and says, Diablerie is like this, and curb stomps the fucking baby's head. We're like, what the fuck? Everybody's jumping up. It was a fucking doll. It was a toy. It was a toy, but he scared the shit out of us. He said, that's how bad Diablerie is. It's awful. He wanted to make a point. He made a fucking point. And guess what, though? It had a horrible side effect. From that day forward, every time someone went to Diablerie, they'd yell, hey! We're curb stomping the baby! I played in a game once where someone was Diablerized all willy-nilly and went down a generation. Son of a bitch, that is fucking funny. Yeah, it backfired on him, though. Elders, however. Yeah. I mean, you could say all that shit. We've done some fucked up shit in games. Alright? You don't have to explain Diablerie. I've been all up and down and around the whole fucking Diablerie circle. I know about the ritual, the nectar of the bitter rose. I know Diablerie. I'll be your Huckleberry. So, it was just, the backfire was funny too, because the head ST had to run all Diablerie scenes. So that's why every time we would do Diablerie, hey, we're curb stomping the baby. That it was no longer called Diablerie. You just said that, and you knew what you were doing, and it's like, oh god damn it. Yeah. Bunch of crazy assholes. Hey! Oh my god, it's Young Money. There's a face I haven't seen in fucking forever. Or a screen name. BJ, my bud, what's up? Everybody loves a BJ. Is it do or commit Diablerie? What? Is it do or? How's the missus? The missus is great. She was just in here not long ago giving me the middle finger because I made fun of her. Alright. We got Father Mac here. We got Young Money here. The wife just came in to do it again. She's paying attention. Jesus, I can't grammar. Well, don't grammar. Because it's grammar with an A at the end, not an E. Making fun of the missus? You? No. Who do you think said it?
Fuck you.
Oh, now you get it. See, Father Mac, she saw what you said, and now she's giving you the middle finger. I gotta go help one of my buds with his stream. No, don't go! I'm gonna play a video. Can you stick around for my lore video? I'll play it for you and Father Mac. If everyone's okay with it. As long as everyone's okay with it, I'll play it so that the people who missed it can see it. How long am I streaming today? I'm not sure. Officially, I'm supposed to wrap up at 10 o'clock p.m. So in about a little over 2 hours. I'm on break right now. Okay, let me get that video out there. Let me get the video. All right. Turn off the background music, and we will video it up. More than 200 years ago, there was a powerful necromancer. As powerful as he was, he became egotistical and prideful. As we all know, pride goeth before a fall. Modern day. The necromancer was out for a walk one night. While crossing the road, a man bumped him with his shoulder, and he did not apologize. The necromancer would not let this stand. The necromancer turned, ready to curse the rude pedestrian. But he wasn't paying attention, so he didn't notice the truck barreling towards him. All that power, undone by a truck. When the necromancer awoke, he was sitting before a goddess. She introduced herself as Nyx, the goddess that would decide where the necromancer would go for his next flight. Oh, so I get to go to some amazing isekai world? The necromancer asked.
No, I've decided you'll return until you've learned some humility. I pray you learn from this lesson.
Little did he know she'd send him back. In his already dead body. I will admit, it's kind of comfy. I don't care if I have to raise like a whole horde of like zombies. Every time I wake up in the morning, I look over to the side and go, honey, I feel an evil presence. And then she turns and looks at me. I'm like, oh, there it is. Sorry. Good morning, honey.
Attacking a woman.
I've got ectoplasm all up my crack. That's my cousin! Hey!
It's alright. Hey.
There we go! Everyone come to the VJ store. This will attract customers.
The wind tune. Something's off.
Yeah,
Let's go
I
in and
farted.
take a look.
Meat, daughter. We have meat.
I can tell you and I are going to get along just like fire hoses.
And I bet you can do some things with a fire hose, can't you? There we go. I hope you guys liked the video. Lady Taker, it's 2 TOO. Got the big wig stopping by tomorrow. Yeah, fuck that shit. I'm so glad I don't have to do that shit no more. Ugh. Alright. I think it's time we move on to the next panel. Oh, there's not much. What? What? Yeah.
What's Virginia's thing? Hey. That's what's Virginia's thing.
Yeah, we pretty much did everything. We did all the talking. Sorry, had to step away. No problem. No problem. You didn't miss much. Let me tell you a little about myself. Yeah, I gotta leave a few minutes. No problem, Young Money. If you gotta go, do what you gotta do. Thanks for staying to watch the video. So, as you may have heard in that video, and I brought it up a few times in my streams, Tay-Tay. My cousin Tay-Tay. He's like the black sheep of the family. He's an asshole. He's one of those guys, you're like, why? Why do you do these things? I think he's on the stuff. I do. I think he's on something really fucked up. I find his body parts all over the place. Sometimes he's chasing after me. I'm like, dude, why? He's on something. I got 21 hours of modding left. Ah! Ah! That sounds awful. Ah! Not me. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. I ain't got time for that. Oh! You know what? Aesop, Mac, do you guys want to hop on and chat with me? It is the re-debut. I figured, yo, hey, how about we wrap up the show? We can all talk together and get my homies on here for the re-debut. Is there a fast way to de-shell a shrimp? Not that I'm aware of. I kept trying it. Oh, cool. Hells yeah. All right. Let me turn on reactive. I'll hop into my chat rooms. There we go. There we go. All are welcome. Boop, 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 boop. There we go.
Bonesy.
Give me a few eating some food. No problem, Mac. No problem. Hey, Aesop! Since it's my re-debut, I thought it'd be fitting to give you a chance to hop in, since you're like one of my homies and we collab all the time.
Oh, I mean, I appreciate that, but this is all about you, man. This is your thing. Look at you. You look great. I love your background.
Well, yeah. Now I get the chance to talk with somebody, and we can interact, you know, answer questions. We can do a Q&A.
You're I'm fucking down, dude. Is everybody hearing me okay? Because I'm not streaming right now, so I don't know how I sound.
I think you sound fine. I'm seeing you read on my levels, so.
Okay. Fair enough. Hopefully, good old Mac Daddy can join us. Mac Daddy is a term we used to call people who got down. People who fuck. And that's Mac Daddy. I know for a fact because he's got a trophy. I'm sure she has a name. But
thank you for coming, Young Money.
Daddy.
Yes, I am.
Love Father Mac. Father Mac is the shit, y'all.
I'm a giant boner too.
You are a giant boner. You're the biggest boner I've ever seen.
Yep, the boner has risen.
Well, you're like you're the king boner, but and Lady Taker's the original boner, but I'm the original adopter. I'm the first one to be like, yeah, this guy.
This guy. Hey, this guy over here.
Dude, as soon as I saw you, as soon as I met you, I saw I was doing a little bit better at the time, little bit, and I was like, I'm gonna collab with this guy, and we collabed and we collabed and we collabed.
Yep.
And then eventually, I was actually guesting for you instead of you guesting me. Like now you're the guy.
I'm not a guy. I'm not anything special.
I am so happy for you, dude. Like, when I saw that you got, after the last time I did Ghost Fakers, it was the last time I really did Ghost Fakers, as a fun thing. After that, it kind of became a chore. And I saw that you got affiliate that night. Me and Chaos, we were both like, oh shit, like, he got it, like, it was on our stream, hey, that's all, you know, we were happy as
yeah, it's all about the grind, man. You'll get there.
Oh, you're just so much funnier than me. I'm an evil, mad scientist, interdimensional spider, Fei-Fing. You're a fun skeleton. I think it's easier for people to swallow. I would like to swallow your boner.
Yes. Now, I think I'm just an asshole. And, you know, that blunt crassness just comes across as humor.
That's what she said.
Things like,
yes, she did say that.
People have honestly, in many times in my life, like, or Aesop's life, like, again, this is complicated. I'll have a debut later.
Sorry,
But-
side note. Doing it this way, you can actually hear what the chat's doing for the audios.
Yeah, that's true.
The blurps. You can hear the blurps now.
Well, I mean, I've got your stream muted because otherwise I'm getting echoes.
Oh. Well, okay then.
It's because there's like a 5-second delay.
Yeah, I know. I can see it. I just, we still have to figure out a way so we can have both our models on the same screen at the same time. I know there's a way to do it. I've seen it. I just don't know how to do it. And I have to fuck around to do
Oh,
it.
well, you just need to ask Mags.
I know.
Mags
And
knows how.
you know what? I've been procrastinating. I still need to fuck around with that program to be able to use my hands. I want to use my hands.
Oh, me too. But I'm still not sure about the entry fee. It's
Fuck
not a
around,
terrible
find out.
entry fee. It's just that, like, well, I'm a 2-viewer streamer at best, so I'm not making a lot.
Father
But
Mac
it
says he's just the father in the corner. And now there's a weird cryptid sitting with the father, and it's just getting creepy in here.
Is it Mallow? Oh, Mallow. Hey, buddy. I missed him. He hasn't been around in a while. Nobody knows who Mallow is?
I know who Mallow is. I know who Mallow is.
Mallow is the sexiest. He's the sexiest SCP.
And I've always seen
For
Mallow
it,
as a
hey.
female.
What? Mallow can appear however they want. Mallow shows up for me as a
What?
male Mallow.
Apparently Lady Taker wants to give you the middle finger now, too. I don't know why.
Well, one of our favorite things is we take 049 and we go on picnics with myself and Mallow.
What about Plague Doctor?
That's 049.
I don't remember the numbers. You can't just give me the numbers. I won't remember a fucking number.
Oh, I'm sorry. I mean, I'm so immersed in doing my job normally that like I just refer to them. Except for Mallow, he's just always there. Well, Mal-0, but I mean, Mallow's fine. He gets it. He's a really good dude too, especially if you're immortal. I mean, at that point, you just have a companion forever.
I want to sit
Like-
down with the Plague Doctor. I wonder how he would react to seeing a skeleton.
He is actually pretty dope.
Oh, I know he is.
First of all, he absolutely loves making friends. It is like his primary activity is making friends. He's such a good dude. And has heart's in the right place. Heart is in the right place. Now, it sucks that I have to schlep all the way down to Site 19 and spring him for these little excursions, and Clef is pissed off about it all the time.
I feel bad.
But
I feel bad that I got Father Mac's joke.
69 and 42 would, besides 69 and 42 would be 867 and 5309. Love it.
You got the last. Yeah, you got it.
Yeah,
8675309. Oh god, I'm fucking old.
Actually rumored that song is the reason that they now use 555 for everything in TV and movies and shit.
Really? Everyone was calling that number.
People called 8675309. There's no area code, so you're just calling somebody in your area.
Well, there was at one point where you weren't calling. You didn't need an area code. I remember back when I was in high school.
Did. Like if I had to call New York.
Well, if you were calling long distance. But I remember back in the day, there was a time when you didn't need that, and like all my friends' phone numbers were just the.
Calling local.
Yeah, just the 7 digits was all I needed. I didn't even know the area code at one point.
I remember one time, Aesop was very young. The reason I say it in the third person is going to be explained much more later. If you're interested, watch me. But when Aesop was very young, he one time had made a friend.
Ancient.
And got a phone number, right? And he called the phone number and it never answered. So he called the only thing he knew to call, information, 411. And I must admit, must have been something like, I think you would all call it something like first grade.
Okay.
And the person on the other end was incredibly sweet about it. For a person who answers idiots all day,
Yeah.
was very, very sweet. It just means that no one's there, honey. And that has stuck with me. Or Aesop, and thus by extension me, which is weird. I don't know why his personality is influencing my behavior, but we're going to worry about that at a different time. Clef and I are talking about it.
Did you ever use the payphone to call like people collect? Be like, hey, come pick me up.
You say, hey, mom, I got it. You come pick me up. Yeah, yep, 100%, 100%. That was the way you did shit. You called you called the collect shit, and whatever it happened to be at the time, 1-800-collect was one. And do you remember the Edo
10-10-321?
the Edo Neal commercials, Al Bundy.
Yeah.
And he's doing these commercials for these little numbers that you would call for different shit.
Yeah.
Like, you dial you dial the pound sign, the hashtag sign is what you would call it these days. You would dial that, you would dial in 5 digits, and then you would dial in whatever digits you needed to dial. And it was like 10-10-220, remember that?
Yep. 10-10-220.
Yeah,
yep.
Exactly. Yeah, and these days those would be called hashtags, but back then they were pound sign things, and they were just little codes that let you access one thing or another before you made your call.
Mm-hmm.
And man, a little Aesop thought those were neat as hell.
I miss being able to fucking prank call people. You can't do that shit with modern technology. Friggin' caller ID has ruined prank calls. Prank calls had a whole friggin' like thing around it. There was comedy acts based on prank calls.
There was a Comedy Central television show that aired after the Daily Show.
Yep. Crankacres. I peed in your pool.
No,
Yay!
I remember that. The reason I remember that in particular is because Jon Stewart, like, he goes on like Hannity and Combs back when Combs mattered, and they're all like, "Oh, well, your political commentary too." And he was like, "My show is preceded by a crank call show with puppets. I am on a comedy channel."
Nuh-uh.
Like,
Michael Jackson used to prank call Russell Crowe? Oh, God, I wish there was a recording. I'd love to hear that.
I mean, there's no reason... I mean... First of all, Michael Jackson, like, during his life, his entire life, that guy was the king. He could literally get away with anything. Anything.
It says that they never once met in real life either. It was just Michael Jackson crank.
What is Russell Crowe gonna do? Russell Crowe, yeah, he's hot. Don't get me wrong. He was a great actor and everything. But what are you gonna do to the Prince of Pop?
I don't know. Crank call him back.
That man was untouchable. I don't believe a lot of the allegations because here's the thing: Macaulay Culkin never said a word.
Yeah.
And to this day, Macaulay Culkin doesn't say, like, he hasn't said shit.
Yeah.
Man died. He could have said all kinds of shit. No, as far as we know, he was a very kind man who enjoyed sleepovers because he never got them as a child.
Right. Right.
And he never advanced. That he may
have
been
I feel like...
I have no idea.
Yeah. I'm sure people saw him as odd, but I don't think anything malicious.
Yeah, and that's an exception. Like, in general... I like an actor, celebrity, author, whatever, right now. Because so far they seem okay. But you know what broke my fucking heart?
What?
Neil Gaiman. Neil Gaiman.
You know what broke my heart? Finding out about Bill Cosby. I grew up with that man. The Cosby Show? Like, I always thought that guy was wholesome, Fat Albert and shit like that.
He was the fucking poster guy of wholesome.
Right.
And he was the exact opposite of that.
Right.
In IRL. But Gaiman
That's so reality
I'm still getting
shattering.
over, like to me, Sandman. I worked in a comic shop, right, for a couple of years.
Yeah.
Which is hard to do. Like, you're either there for no time or you're there for all time. But I was there for a couple of years, which is different in how comic shops tend to work. At least back then. They're much more corporate and stuff now, but you still find mom and pop comic shops, which I love going into and at least trying to buy something just to, you know, give them something. But these days they're hard to find. Anyway, I worked in one and I had assignments from one of the managers. One of those assignments was you need to read The Watchmen.
Okay.
All of it. The entire way through. We have the graphic novel. Go grab it. Make sure you read it all the way through. The owner would come in. Hey, what are you doing? You don't look like you're working. I was like, hey, they told me I need to know this comic. And he's like, which one? Watchmen. And he's like, yeah, all right. Like, like the dude was fine with it. And he made sure you were working. And in a comic shop, you think you just stand around. No. We had the greatest comic backlog in all of southern Texas, everything south of San Antonio. We had the greatest comic backlog all the way to the 70s. We had $300 Spider-Man comics just sitting in bags, just a stack of them. You know? And so our job was to make sure that the backlog was always restocked from the backlog.
Nice.
Anyway, Sandman was what first made me start to actually think DC was better than just Superman and Batman.
Mm-hmm.
That DC was some good shit. And it formed... I mean, and this was in my 20s. Well, my Aesop's 20s, while he was going to college and stuff. And it really formed a lot of Aesop's like thoughts and the way he goes about storytelling and things like that. Well, Aesop, I like to run a game.
So,
and
go ahead, finish your story.
I think when Neil Gaiman's allegations came out, and you know what, I'm still holding out a little bit of hope. I believe the victims, but his stories are so contrary to that, and it's hard to make those kinds of stories without it coming from you know, the heart of who you are. And so while it's just so fucked up, they just made Sandman and it was glorious. Every second of it is amazing. In Netflix, and I am still dealing with that.
Yeah.
I'm done. Oh,
it's fine.
Go forever, but I'm done.
Lady Taker put like a wall of fucking text. Holy shit! It's about R-Truth, the wrestler. There was a story. She said he never let fame go to his head. He told a bunch of fans that he was going to come out and sign autographs, and even though it started raining, he still came out in the rain and signed all their autographs.
I mean, R-Truth is kind of a fave for me, as much as I know about recent WWE stuff, which I really don't follow. I'm trying to catch WrestleMania.
I like older shit.
Like, I will spring for WrestleMania the last couple of years, you know. And even though it's an expense, you know, it's, I think, a very entertaining extravaganza. I don't like a lot of the people involved, but a lot of the people that formerly were involved, Vince McMahon, etc., have been phased out.
Yeah.
And apparently Triple H, Hunter Hearst Helmsley, I don't know what his real name is, whether it is that or not, he's actually a stand-up, decent dude.
Hunter Hearst Helmsley is not his real name.
I don't think it is.
Paul Levesque. Paul Levesque.
But apparently he's doing a really good job and bringing WWE more into a... I don't want to say woke, because that word is so fucking poisonous these days. First of all, woke went out of style on the left 15 years ago. We stopped saying that word a long time ago. Why is it country music folk are always having so much trouble catching up with the times, is all I'm saying. Because now we're like, I don't even know what woke means.
Yeah.
But WWE is like they're giving people chances now.
Yeah.
That wouldn't have gotten a chance before Paul got, like, what did you say his name was? Paul Levesque?
Yeah.
Before he took charge.
Yeah.
And I think that's a good thing. But at the end of the day, WWE has done more harm to wrestling than good.
Yeah.
I think.
In some ways, yes. Some ways, no. It was the forefront for a lot of things, but on the other hand, it decimated a lot of smaller companies. It's got that's the problem is you got to take the good and the bad, and there were both.
I mean, I would reply to ladies, Taker as a coach now, and talk about my personal thoughts on Taker, but this video is not the place for it, and it is not tagged correctly for it.
Yes.
Yes. And honestly, that's not something that I'm gonna share online.
Yeah, I don't talk about politics on here at all.
Yeah. I loved him as a character. He was obviously, like, Undertaker was hugely formative for me. But for many of us. But I'm taking up too much of your space,
Yeah. I want to open it up. We got you here, and I got my audience. I want to open it up to Q&A. Ask me anything. I like being totally transparent, so ask me anything.
All right.
And Matt got here.
Yes! I did the snaps.
Yes.
Love you, Daddy Mac.
Why, thank you. It's wonderful to be here. How you doing, Bones, man?
As opposed to being where?
Your voice. I will be right back.
Bones, can I just say that your reintroduction, chef's kiss.
Thank you.
I love how you look. It's a beautiful robe.
Thank you. I got my new drip on. What did you think of the video?
The video was wonderful. I love the lore. It is absolutely wonderful.
And Boo got to be a part of it. She was very happy that she got. I told her, I said, "This is your big debut as a voice actor."
Yep.
She's super excited.
I like that.
Oh yeah,
it was very awesome.
So I wanted to leave her. You are transparent. We can see right through you, Bones. Yeah, I know. Hey, it's not like my wife hasn't said that like a million times to me. I can see right through you.
Well, you are. There's parts of you that are just like slowly like thinning away, and then there's other parts of you that are like
big and girthy.
Yeah, but we don't talk about what's in your pants anymore.
I talked about that earlier because he was lying. He was saying like I'm a sour asshole, and I'm like, he's fucking lying. He doesn't even have an asshole.
Yeah, but I can still fart. And like I said, when a skeleton farts, you don't get to slap like the butt cheeks. It sounds more like clack.
It's weird though because your tailbone should not be that loose. I think I might need to pin it or something for you.
No,
it's not supposed to be swinging.
No, I want it to be swinging. I can use it for extracurricular.
Yeah,
Dude,
exactly.
That shit is going to fall off.
Well, no. It's not going to fall off.
I could just get a new one. Duct tape does wonders.
Comes off if you place with it a lot.
Well, it's a structural integrity thing is all I'm talking about. Let me put some pins in like we would do at a museum. You know,
that's right.
We're trying to pin a fossil.
That's right.
It'll be great.
Kassoonby said it.
Duct tape. I could put some springs in the pin, like a
duct tape
spring, so it still swings a little bit, but it's nice and in place.
No, I don't swing. I don't swing.
No, he doesn't swing.
No, I really don't. I went to a swingers gathering. This is a funny story. I went to a swingers gathering.
Oh, no. Was it
by accident? By accident. I did not know what swingers were. I had no idea. But I pretended I did because I was embarrassed because everyone else did. So I pretended I did. So when I was invited to one, I said, sure. And I went. And I'm sitting there with my name tag on, and people are freaking jumping all over me. And I'm like, oh. Like, as it sunk in, it's like one of those looking around the bar and realizing where you're at and what everyone's doing. And go, Oh. Oh!
They're all looking at Bones going, "Oh, look."
There were name. Yes, there were name tags.
No,
it was
no,
a meetup.
That's that's impossible, Daddy Mac.
It was
They
at
could
a
not
Gators
make the Bones say
Dockside.
meat
They had the
because he's
private
skeleton.
room reserved, and you went there and you gave them your name and you got a name tag, like a sticky name tag, and you went in the back and it was just for that reserved party.
Yeah.
Well, how many people
Those
at
how many
Dragon
people were?
Yeah.
It was, yeah. There are so many people that were wondering if, and I've heard this story, wondering if you guys swing because people wanted to get a hold of both of you.
Yeah.
Seen these people.
Gators Dockside?
And the
Yep.
pictures I've seen, I do not doubt it.
I mean, I've seen Bones in person, and
Oh, everyone's
That's the
flirting.
sexiest
Everyone's
cyborg
flirting.
skeleton on the internet.
God,
That's
I
your
was
tagline.
I was the best man at Mac's wedding, and I was looking at the pictures the other day. I swear to God, I look like a professional wrestler in the group. All the wedding photos.
You did. You did. You look like a professional wrestler. I look like somebody whose suit wasn't fitting and looked like I was swimming in it, and that's because I had just got
Wait.
out of
One person Bones knows who
operation.
wanted to call. I looked like it. Oh yeah.
No. No. What happened was that 2 weeks before and before my wedding to my now ex-wife, I went in and I actually had almost a septic hernia. The doctor said that if I had waited at least another day, I would have been septic, and they do not know if I would have survived.
Like, oh man, I can imagine that your white blood cell count was insane right there.
Well, it was. And I went through. I got the surgery done, and I lost a lot of weight because there was a lot of bloating.
Yeah.
So
I'm not even that kind of
when
doctor.
you-
Just
disclaimer. But when you look at me in those pictures,
Oh God, I
look
just
like
had a
was
horrible
swimming in my suit.
vision in my head. I just imagined
feel
Aesop
bad for you, Dad.
pulling on the rubber glove with the snap and saying, "Is it safe?"
Yes. Oh my gosh, Gremlins 2.
Wait till we get that animated program going with Nocturne, dude, and you can see my hands.
Yeah.
They are in gloves.
But it's more the envision, and I'm imagining like Mac on the bed, like no.
Yeah,
I had to have
Well,
I had to have a heart cath
6'10".
procedure, and they had to shave my nethers.
Yeah.
I didn't and I was like, but you went in through my wrist, and they said, well, we don't know which way the doctor's going to go, so we have to do both just in case. And I was like,
I mean,
are
that's
you
fair.
fucking kidding?
You kept it trimmed after that because you were kind of like, it does look a lot bigger.
No.
Yeah. No, it was already huge.
It's
and
too
everything.
much
After
fucking
doing
work.
That, it was just like Godzilla coming out.
It's a kaiju!
Goddamn angry elephant going everywhere in his house.
Yeah. So this goes out to Kitsune. Yeah, that was part of the story that I usually kept to myself. Because it was, unless somebody asked, I wasn't going to be saying anything. I did have a lot of people asking me about that. Remember your back surgery right as I was saying bye to you, my mom called, and my ringtone is the Undertaker theme. Doctors lost it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah. I was on good stuff for my spinal surgery. I was on Dilaudid. And
Wait,
what
does that mean you were on Spinal Tap?
the worst part was they said they couldn't release me to the hospital until I went to the bathroom, and I kept trying to go and I couldn't go. And they said, "Look, this is your last chance. If you don't go, we have to do a catheter." So I sat and I sat and I tried and I tried and I tried, and she came back in. And I was like, "Just get it over with."
I sent you guys a 3-teen picture that I happen to have.
Uh-oh.
Oh no, what'd you do?
With gloves on, just so you can see.
Okay.
There is a lot more to the model.
That's actually very cool. I like that.
And it's even more awkward that it's those 2 fingers.
Yeah, I mean,
let's check that prostate.
Hey, those two fingers have seen a lot.
I bet.
Yeah, the funny thing is, each one is about 7 inches long too. So
why do they smell like fish?
There are things you don't want to know.
No, they don't. That's why you wear the gloves.
I'm proud. I mean, if we're getting into fucked up stories, Mac is the only person I can use as a witness for my all-time triumph. Is I was with a girl for 8 hours straight.
Yeah, I remember that. Considering the fact that the girl came out first, and she looked like she had done the ab ripper X exercises. If you don't know, trust me. If you've done it the first time, you know that you are almost bent like at a 45-degree angle, walking out, and she was doing the whole.
Yes, I remember that lady taker.
Aesop's been through basic training for the infantry. Does that count?
Almost. But
almost.
She came out and she was just walking kind of slow, and it's like, and I was the only one who walked by who knew what was going on. I looked over, I was like, "So, sleep good?" And she goes, "What's sleep?" I was just like, oh. And I go, "Oh, well, here's your coffee." She goes, "Thank you." Out of nowhere, the door opens up, and I swear it was almost like, and you see Bones just bouncing out and everything, going, "Hi everybody, how you all doing?" Smile, bouncing his step. There was nothing stopping. I handed him coffee, and he was like, "Thanks," and he just kept on going.
Good man. I remember a lady in Aesop's past that once told him, and she was very new to the whole thing, but she said, "Dragon's breath incense gets me like really going." So what is Aesop?
Oh damn!
Aesop likes some dragon's breath incense. He was so tired afterwards. They were both so exhausted afterwards.
Well, you see,
that he called her the wrong name.
Oh no! Oh no!
Oh, and she was so exhausted that she didn't really give a fuck. She's like, "Oh, whatever, it's all right." Yeah. Careful what you wish for, because for a man who, could do 2-mile runs and shit like that.
I mean,
they never get my name wrong. They're always yelling, "Oh God, oh God."
Yeah.
Hey, be careful. We have a father right here.
Here's the thing. As I have told many different people, I am a father in all aspects except for the religious one. It's the religious one that will get me in trouble. Now, mind you, it does not mean that I had not looked into it when I was younger. It just means that I did not follow down that path.
That's why I prefer to call you Mac Daddy.
However, I did have many different people coming up to me to confess their sins out of nowhere for no other reason other than I had the face that said that they could talk to me, and that they could talk to me. And I was sitting there going, I take that as a compliment. It's like, no, you're very attractive and you have the voice for radio. I was like, thank God I don't have the looks for radio.
No, one of the things is
issue out a big fuck you to both of you for that one. I definitely have the face for radio and still not the voice for it. So.
Oh, you got a plenty good voice. I mix you and freaking Mac up all the time with your voices. It's a good thing I have reactive so I can see who lights up better.
He's trained better. The only thing I ever did in theater was I like to do a monologue, and I like to do tech work. Like backstage, sort of, you're in the hole, you're in the pit, like you're on deck, that kind of thing. Like that was what I preferred. In theater, like while I'm fine on stage, I don't have a problem being on stage. I still would rather make other people look good.
The thing is that I
tech crew, yes, the old high school tech crew was dirty.
Oh yeah,
oh my god, a theater crew. Oh my god, yeah. You guys out
No,
there...
they made a horrible mistake. They put me in charge of props.
Not you two, but...
And we were allowed to go off campus to go shopping for props. The teacher gave me the keys to the Performing Arts Center. While we were out, I had copies of them made. We had copies of the keys to go in whenever we wanted.
I mean, yeah, that's usually a bad thing when you do that.
Yeah.
Theater crew. Everybody thinks theater kids are just like weird nerds. No, I will guarantee you that if you really get in good with the theater kids, you, first of all, will fuck.
The roof, yep. Yep.
There, no question. Second of all, you will make some goddamn good friends and some horrid enemies.
We used to partake in herbal blessings upon the roof of the Performing Arts Center during school hours.
Herbal blessings of Gaia, yes. Hey, by the way, Father Mac, I hope you can join us this Saturday, at least to watch and be a kinfolk out there. I can make a kinfolk character.
No, you're like I said. I'm actually going to be away this weekend. I have plans to go with my guardian angel and everything to go to a wedding. So I will not be anywhere near doing anything like that. So
yeah,
unfortunately,
it's because translation, folks. Daddy Mac is gonna be fucking.
No.
Yeah.
Whoa, easy there, buddy. Easy.
Yeah.
By the way,
to go to a wedding and that not happen.
By the way,
whether
Father
you're
Mac,
married or not. If you're married, it's going to be with your significant other, and if you're not married, it's going to be with a bridesmaid.
Oh,
no, not really. Not this time around, my friend. But
this time around,
I
like the disclaimer. Yeah,
I always put disclaimers on everything because the thing is that that out of the weddings that I have been to and I've been involved with, I have only committed that act once.
You know what? I'm not gonna lie.
I played the fifth.
Legit the same.
I played the fifth.
I knew a girl.
No, you plead the fifth. You plead the second because you have the right to arm bears.
No,
like I knew
Father Mac had a way
college,
of making me fucking blush. He was horrible.
And she was absolutely banging. Like, she was a baddie, right?
Right.
And she knew it, but I am maybe a 5. Like, I'm not ugly, but I'm not, like, gonna stand out or anything, you know?
Bitch, I'm a 10.
And I had just started reading this bullshit online that I started believing for a second, this alpha male horse crap, and I tried it. I fucking tried it. And guess what? No, guess what?
What?
It fucking worked.
Oh, God damn it.
I landed this baddie. Our first date was to a wedding with some best friends that I knew. And, well, let's just say she was very participative.
No, I had an ex. While we were dating, would always go to Mac to talk about our exploits, and then he'd come and tell me secondhand. I'd be like, "Wow."
Oh, Daddy Mac, I can imagine the stories.
Wait. Which stories? What are we talking about?
Remember she told me that she passed out, that she blacked out during it because it was so.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. It's true.
Yeah.
It was.
No names. Not saying names.
God damn.
I talked with her later on. I was like, so how was everything? And she said everything was great. It was wonderful. It was more than I expected. So much so that I blacked out twice that I can remember.
Yeah.
And I smiled. I let her continue talking, and then I went back to Bones, and I was laughing and smiling at him. I was like, "What?" And it was like, nothing. And she's like, no, what? And then it's just like, are you sure you want to know? Yes, I want to know. It was like, and then I told him, and he was like, and you could see the rose rising up in the bones. The bone marrow itself was pushing out, and you could see the redness in his cheeks. It was great.
Oh God, we do you remember when we went to the birthday party at I think I could say this name, Usagi's house?
I think so.
I remember being outside with her father, and everyone was very intimidated by him. But he was cool as shit. And
yes.
I said he brought me a drink. I was like, "Thank you. I could really use it right now." He said, "Why?" I said, "You see that over there?" He said, "Yeah." I see, those are two of my ex-girlfriends. He goes, "Okay," and they're walking away to talk with my current girlfriend. He's like, "You need another drink."
Yeah.
We had he had just come back. He had come outside to talk with you after he and I were making homemade sangria inside the house. We were he's like, "All right, you need to cut," and he's like, "Okay, Mac, you cut up the fruit and everything. I'll tell you what sizes and everything else. You just cut them up."
Deshell that shrimp.
And I was just like, finally finished deshelling the dang shrimp. Yay! And at some point I will make it down there. I am not guaranteeing when. But unfortunately, before I continue with the story and everything, Bones, I had to cancel the trip to Ireland and everything for this year.
Aww. I still want to go.
I really want to go. I really do, but I can't. And number one, I'm getting ready to move. So I can't. So a lot of that money that I would have been saving is going to go into that.
I get it. It's fine. I had to give up on the graphics card I wanted for my computer. Why? Because I needed the stuff at my home, and refurbishing and everything was more important. I get it.
Right. Yep.
I get it.
I know.
It's fine.
I get it. Yeah. But continuing back with the story. Yeah, it was a great party. We finished up getting that all together, and I see him leave. He goes out, and then he comes back, and then like about 20 minutes later, he comes back in with Bones and is like, pour me some of the sangria. I was like, all right, how much do you want? It's for him. What? Bones, why do you need it? And then he told me the same thing. I was like, oh, hold on, let me get you a bigger glass.
I drank a lot back in the day. I don't drink nearly as much now, but back in the day, like one of our favorite places to hang out was a place called Devaney's 2. And I remember they had like a night where it was like a $5 cover, but it was free beer until like 10 or 11 or something. And they would bring us pitchers. And I got tired of using cups. I just kept chugging from the pitcher. So they kept just bringing me pitchers. I was just drinking from the fucking pitcher.
It was great. I loved watching that. That was awesome.
I drank a lot. I ran a whole game. I drank a 12-pack of Killian's while running a game, and nobody had any idea that I drank that much. They're like, "You finished a whole 12-pack?" I was like, "Yeah." They're like, "You don't even look drunk." I was like, "I know."
We did that once at a con. I was volunteering at a con, and it was a local con. It wasn't that big or anything, but we actually got
thank God don't
way
need
more
the
people
bathroom
than you would
flooded.
think.
Ha ha ha.
Like for some reason we got a shit ton of people, but that doesn't matter, right? Like
Speaking of drinking, I'm breaking open something. It's a special occasion.
We got together with not just some of the volunteers and stuff like that, and some of the owners and stuff, but some of the talent, some of the merchants. Like we all kind of just as a group just went down to a local bar on the beach because it was a beach based convention.
Making a hard banana? Yes, I'm making a Doc's hard banana.
I ordered for myself a pitcher of beer.
Right?
And just decided, why am I gonna use the mug?
Right? You can just drink it right out. You're fine.
And dude, the group of people we had was so eclectic. I think we had, oh god, I can't remember the names now. Doug Benson? No, that's the wrong guy.
Oh,
it was Doug something. Good. He's a manga artist. And then we had was it Steve Benson? I don't know. We had some people that everybody was like, "Holy shit, how'd you get them?" And I'm hanging out with these guys, and I don't know who they are because I'm not huge into anime and stuff. And it was an anime convention, but I wanted to participate because, hey, a nerd thing. Anyway,
fair.
And I'm hanging out with Steve Benson. I know that's for sure. Steve Benson, he's a manga artist, and then some other guy, Doug something, and they would come up to me. I'd be just walking around. They'd just come up to me like, "Hey, all right."
Yeah, apparently I met some famous author. I never knew who the fuck he was at this con. He sat next to me and we started talking, and we started talking about fishing and shit like that. And we were having a great conversation. Old guy. He looked like the guy from Jurassic Park.
I accidentally insulted Kyle Haybear to his face.
Yeah. Whoops.
You know who Kyle Haybear is, right?
No.
No, but it's still...
I'm horrible with names.
Piccolo.
Oh, okay.
And,
wait, what?
And I was like,
I thought Chris Sabat was Piccolo.
Oh, well, okay. Look, he is one of the Dragon Ball guys.
Okay.
Anyways, besides other things, he played Kiba in Naruto.
Okay, I know who that is.
And other shit like this. So he's a voiceover artist, and he's like, "So you into anime?" I was like, "I guess kinda." I mean, if I'm gonna watch it, I prefer to watch it in Japanese because so many of these voice artists are fucking terrible. I was like, "So what do you do?" He goes, "Well, I'm a voiceover voice artist," and I'm like, "For what?" You know, I just try to play it off. I'm just like, "Yeah, for what?" And he goes, "Well, I like Dragon Ball Z," and I was like, "What? You're fucking kidding? Who do you play in Dragon Ball Z?" Like, now I'm interested. And he was like, "Well, you know that whole last time on Dragon Ball Z."
The announcer?
Like, that's me. And I was like, "Okay, you know what? That is pretty cool." We actually later had lunch together.
Oh.
So it wasn't a terrible thing because he met somebody who was just honest with him and wasn't being fanboy. And so we just kind of hung out. I got to hang out with Kyle Haybear for like half a day.
You know who was cool as shit? Malcolm McDowell.
McDowell sounds like he'd be cool as shit.
I was walking through the autograph, autograph area, and I missed him. They were all packing up his table for him to go, and I was kind of geeking out a little bit. I was telling my wife, I was like, "You know who that is, right?" I was like, "Clockwork Orange." And I'm like, that's the guy. And he walks over to me. I guess he heard me, and he's like, "Do you want a picture?" I was like, "Yeah, I don't have the funds on me right now." And he's like, No, I got it. And we went and took a picture together. He goes, "You want an autograph?" I have the autograph picture hung up on my wall. It's framed now. Totally free. He just heard me and was like, "Yeah, just come over and do it." I was like, "Oh, I don't want to take up your time. I'm sure you're tired." He's like, No, it's fine. He was awesome.
That's awesome. That is awesome. I just wanted to answer to Kitsune. Some point when we're all able to pull it all together, absolutely, I would love to go and do a Japan trip. It's something that is actually on my list of things I have promised to our cousin.
We should do that.
Lady Taker says Mark Hamill's a sweetheart.
Yeah.
Oh no. I also a trickster.
Oh gosh. Him and Robert Englund.
Ask Chaos if we're ever doing a multiple thing together. Ask Chaos about his secondhand story, but he's got a picture of about Mark Hamill and a friend of his with a wedding.
Oh, okay.
Or I think he was just meeting him. Anyway, go. I'm sorry, Daddy Mac. You go,
it's
baby.
Okay.
Well,
it's okay. No, it's just that, and it was just, it's something that I had promised our really good friend, brother, cousin. Unfortunately, he has passed. That I would go to Japan, at some point before I decide to exit out of this life. But thankfully, I'm not allowed to do that according to my guardian.
Chaos is here. He says Mark got a hand on his butt.
Oh,
okay.
Got a hand on his. Oh.
Chaos is here.
I'd rather have a hand on my butt than in my butt.
Yeah, they're doing the picture apparently, and just as the guy's about to take the picture, Mark Hamill grabs a big old handful of his butt, and the look on his face is apparently priceless. Go. I'm sorry, Daddy Mac. I'm sorry. I can't. Don't hit me, Daddy.
My wife got me something in the Caribbean. It's something she only gets me in the Caribbean. It's real banana rum from Tortuga.
Oh,
right.
It is so good, and every time I get it, I mix it with Dr. Pepper. I name the drink Doc's Hard Banana.
That is a good.
That sounds like it would be really good.
It is. It tastes amazing. You can't taste the alcohol at all. It's smashed really easy.
For Bones and for Dr. Aesop, if you look in the channel and everything, I posted something. Don't read it out loud. That's but I posted 2 pictures and everything for you over in there, where you put your.
I like it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like it a lot. The
look is what I would go with. It's not just not the weapon, but the look. The look is what I was looking at.
No, that's really good.
Yeah.
I'm partial to a long white coat.
I could see what I could do.
I
could see what I could do in V-Roid Studio.
If you want to, I'm not going to ask anybody to do anything right now because it's just like and like you.
I'm pretty good at all the parts. I have a real pain in the ass with hair. Hair on that program is a bear.
T Chaos, he says, almost as good as my I'm the smartest man in the world story. Lady Taker says, Robert Englund is so sweet. He told me a funny story about working on the set of Freddy v. Jason.
That's awesome.
But we sidetracked. I wanted to open things up for a Q&A since it was my re-debut.
Yeah, let's do it.
I want people to ask. Okay, finish your story. Everyone else thinking of a question, feel free to ask me anything. Anything. I will answer just about anything. I won't dox myself. That's for damn sure.
No. I don't want you to dox yourself. That'd be rude.
But I'm pretty much an open book.
You swallowed.
Actually not. No.
I
mean, unless you count a chicken bone, that was once. Okay.
How much
do you love your wife?
I love my wife tons and tons and tons. I can't spread my arms far enough to describe how much I love my wife.
Do you take fall damage?
Yes, from Chaos Dragon. Do you take fall damage?
I mean, technically, no. I just collapse and reform. I guess you could say it technically counts as fall damage, but the regeneration factor doesn't really makes it null and void.
Just FYI, Chaos D Raccoon, not Chaos Raccoon.
Okay.
Raccoon sounds cooler.
Yeah, like on Bonkers D Bobcat. Jitters
no, I'm thinking of a hybrid between a raccoon and a dragon. It's the Dracoon.
Yes.
Oh God, that actually sounds kind of dope.
Lady Taker, I understand where you're coming from, but Bones does not take fall damage.
See? I'm just a pile of bones. I hit the floor, I fall apart, I reform, and I'm like, oh, look, all good. Scratch my ass, walk off.
I'm for raccoons, so I don't know. I love it.
Making one is scary as fuck. I mean, yeah.
If you won the lottery, would you let your wife have a 5-year cruise? If I get to stay home.
I mean,
yeah, we're all going on the damn cruise.
I'm joking. I'd rather not. You really don't want to do a 5-year cruise. It sounds good at first, because you'll be miserable. I would like a long cruise. I said if I won the lotto, I'd love to have a cruise around the world with my friends, and everywhere we stopped, we'd have to drink, and that way we could say we literally drank around the world.
Well, yeah,
that sounds dope.
Now, here's the thing. I would love to do that.
But you have to drink the local shit.
But it would only be a few months to do that because of every port of call.
Yeah.
That you're able. No. Hold on. Because of which cruise line you would go on, it would be what port of call you could go to.
That's true. You can't choose.
Right.
But they do have cruises around the world. You have to book them special and plan.
5 years though.
No, I think that the longest one I heard of was like 3 months.
Actually, when the presidential election was done, the day after, Carnival Cruise actually put out there that you could actually get a 4-year cruise with them.
Well, I know, but that's
starting at a very low rate, and you could.
That's because there was like older people that were actually living on the cruise ships as like a form of retirement.
Dude,
that's why. But that's not for me. I would go nuts being stuck on a ship like that.
Dude,
It's nice.
I would go on a cruise in a submarine. Are you kidding me?
Huh?
I just want to do that cool ocean shit. That's the closest thing to fucking Star Trek I can live. God damn it!
No,
I know.
me.
Okay, I'll see.
If I won the lottery,
if I won the lotto. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
If I won the lotto, I wouldn't say shit, but there would be yee signs, lifted truck shit like that.
100%. First of all, we'd all be on a cruise.
Actually,
Actually, no. You know what? My real goal is I want to get an RV and like a group of us together and go around the United States on a massive road trip, going to all the haunted locations and doing really fucked up ghost hunts.
Yes,
Ghost, if you're here, would you like to touch my balls?
We have to give a nod to the Fey Wanderer, and we have to hunt hard, which means we have to have some sort of like marital aid that we ask the ghost to interact with.
Well,
because if you're gonna hunt hard.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
That's Faye and Mai's slogan whenever we.
It doesn't take long. I mean, just a little tickle and she's ready to go.
I mean, you give the ghost hasn't fucked in years, bro.
Yeah, but
give him something
it's
to
like
play with.
It's like falling off a bike. You don't forget how.
Mm-mm. And if you're gonna get a reaction out of a ghost, having something that they could, play with.
I just want to go to the White House and see if I can find
the biggest reaction.
Johnson administration toilet. What?
Let's see if I can find a Johnson administration. Okay. There are toilets that are actually hidden throughout
Do we have a
the White House.
Oh, really?
There are toilets that are hidden throughout the White House.
Why?
And one of them,
why?
Yeah, LBJ apparently liked to show
It's a
his
payback thing.
dick to people.
It's a payback thing, yeah. But the thing is that there are hidden rooms throughout the White House.
Of course there are. Like, you can't just find the Oval Office.
I want to poop. Yeah.
I kind of want to poop or jumbo poop too.
I would actually, if ghosts are real, I'd love to see the ghost of Abraham Lincoln.
I want to see the ghost of LBJ's dick.
Why would you want to see dick?
Because it's the most legendary dick in American history, bro.
I've never heard of it.
It's literally in the records that he showed people his dick.
I don't care. I've never heard of it. Don't want to see it. I have little interest in dick.
He had Hagar jeans. Hagar, the people who made trousers.
It was both big and girthy. No.
Talking about, hey, we need to take the inseam out a little bit because I don't have enough room. Like, that's that's an official presidential recording. It's my shit's too big for your pants.
You know what? Fair. Having a big dick is not all it's cracked up to be, and people brag about it all the time.
No,
but you've but they've never walked home with blue balls because the girl was like, "Yeah, that's not fitting in here."
Blue balls are always your fault, dude. You can get home and take care of it yourself.
Well, yeah, if you get home in time, it starts to hurt on the walk,
Oh, it doesn't hurt that much.
It does.
Bullshit.
It does.
That's all I'm gonna say. As
athletic cups were always uncomfortable because I had to get one big enough for my junk, but it would press against my inner thighs and it hurt like a motherfucker. Friggin' finding appropriate underwear to fit everything. Like I can't wear any tight underwear because it crushes my balls. Having big junk is not all it's cracked up to be. And also the commentary. They threatened me at Universal Studios with a dance belt.
Yeah.
Because I was so big, I was showing through my costume. Like, they're people can tell what religion you are.
Yeah. Actually, that was one of the hosts everything actually said that at one point, and it's just like, huh, I never knew he was Catholic. And this turned.
Yeah, they're like, you either figure out a way to tuck it back, or we're gonna have to make you wear a dance belt like the superheroes.
No, I guess you were Dong Johnson on that campus.
No, there was a lot of gay men that I had to share a locker room with, and of course they'd make comments to my wife like, "Now I know why you married him."
Well, I mean, technically, a colon is more accommodating to a larger member.
I mean, yes.
Okay. I never saw.
So, of course, they liked you.
Yeah, well,
that's all I'm gonna say.
Hey, that's a whole nother story.
Sure.
It's only a 10-foot talking penis that speaks French.
Oh man, I wish we could all have our VT characters just chilling out. This.
Oh no!
We need to make like a round table thing, so we're all around like a table.
Oh yeah, that'd be awesome. The round table of nerddom.
Nah, we make it D20 shaped.
Never had a problem, and the one girl that did complain wasn't really an issue. Sacre blue balls!
Sacre blue. Oh my god, that's good.
I love it.
I can't even laugh at it. That's comedy gold.
Oh, let me do this properly. Nice.
There you go. Yeah.
Winning. Hashtag winning. That was great. That was the best comment of the night. Sacre blue balls.
Yep. You've been promoted to best. Sacre blue balls. Jesus fucking Christ.
What's up, BJ? How you doing, buddy? I am groovy. How are you? I am groove-tacular. I got my banana rum. I'm drinking, smoking,
good to see
bullshitting.
Wiener McSchecklenstein. I got it.
And right now, I mean, we're still open on the Q&A. Ask me anything. We're on the Ask Me Anything. I mean, it's my re-debut. This is the chance for everyone to get to know anything about me.
As long as it doesn't dox them.
Right.
But you can't ask us anything, me and Daddy Mac, because that's not the rules. That's Bonesy. But we can also
actually,
ask him
you know what? If you guys don't mind, if they want to ask you about behind-the-scenes shit, because you know what? I find that asking other people about someone gives them more honest answers. Because, like, I'm always going to say, if you say, are you a god? I'm always going to say yes. Like, on a rating of 1 to 10, how do you see yourself? I'm always a 10, motherfucker.
Okay,
when did you only answer questions about...
When did you find your first Playboy mag in the woods? I never found a Playboy mag, but actually, my first Playboy mag came from my friend's dad. He used to hook us up all the time.
Well, there you go.
Well, that's problematic.
For who?
One of my first one of my first things when I got to see like naked titties was a lighter. There was a dollar store that had these little lighters, and it had girls on them that were like a bikini. But if you pressed your finger on it, like heat sensitive, you warmed them up, they would the bikini would come off and it would naked. And I would buy those all the time, and they never carded me or anything, even though I was underage. I was like, boobies!
Yeah, God bless ghetto gas stations.
Yep.
I remember the first time I saw a proper
I have to
ghetto
get
gas
up and
station.
get my pen. This is such bullshit.
It was honestly in a place you wouldn't expect, Albuquerque, New Mexico.
I expect everything in Albuquerque.
I walked into the only few gas stations I've ever been to in Albuquerque. It's a whole story. There's reasons I was going there, and I walk into this gas station. I had never seen, except in movies, that whole thing where the attendant is basically in a bulletproof booth.
Okay.
And there's a bunch of liquor behind them. And I was just like, holy shit. This really exists?
Everything exists if you squint your eyes hard enough.
It was jarring because where I live, that you just talk to a person, there's no barrier. Like
me and Webb used to buy beer from one that almost 4 years, and they didn't card me till the day of my 21st birthday.
That's a fact.
Lucky. That's lucky is what that is.
I was out the night.
Counseling against this every single time. Like, no, dude.
I was out the night a tornado struck, trying to get people to buy cigarettes for me. Again, a tornado struck. This whole place was torn to shit. Minutes after I left, we had to walk through the rain to get home. But the rain was so thick, we heard sounds, and we turned and looked, but all the power was out. We just assumed the power went out. We had no idea a tornado had just ripped through everything we had just been at.
Oh, wow.
This was during the Clinton administration, and Bill Clinton flew down to declare the area a disaster area, and I was like, wow. I was not even a mile from there. We could see the place. Well, we would have been able to see the place if it wasn't for the rain. We were under a tree on top of a hill trying to light the cigarettes in the rain after we got them.
Yeah.
Yep. Almost got wiped out by a tornado trying to buy cigarettes. Yay! Nothing is stronger than the will of a smoker. Folks. Yes. Oh, dude, in Detroit, you see so many of them.
Don't get started.
Yeah, I tell it, don't get started. Yeah, don't get started. Okay. That's the best way to keep from smoking. Don't start at all. Don't try to look cool.
Yeah, I will say this right now. I was a smoker for about 3 or 4 years of my life, and I quit cold turkey.
It's not like how it was when I was a kid. I think it's a lot easier to stay off smoking now with so much hate towards it. But when I was a kid, it wasn't like that. You could smoke in restaurants. People were doing it to be cool and shit. You know, it's not like that now.
Anywhere.
Now you get the yuck.
Airplanes.
Yeah, now you get the yuck face if you smoke a cigarette. Holy shit.
Smoking does impress goth girls, though. So you win some, you lose some.
I mean, that's a fact.
When I was younger, that was my pickup line. Like, that was the best way to start conversation, was to walk up and go, you got to smoke or you got to light?
Yep. Here's the funny thing, and I realized it too late. Those women who are or men or non-binary people who are incredibly beautiful, and you want to approach them in that way, and you're just too scared to do it because you don't think you're cool or good looking or whatever enough. Everyone else in the room thinks that too. You need to be the dude or dudette or non-binary dude that goes up and opens the deal.
Best pickup line? I don't, like I said, my pickup line was...
Best pickup line is, hi, my name is...
Gotta smoke, gotta light, either of those, they worked. However, I have the worst pickup line. I heard it on a reality show where they were trying to catch people who thought they were players, right? They thought they were the shit, and the hidden camera show was basically to show how bad they really were. And I heard this line, and I friggin' spit my my drink out my nose, like that kind of reaction. I could not believe what I just heard. He said, legit, are your parents retarded?
What the fuck?
Because you're a special girl.
Oh my god.
And he was dead serious. That was his pickup line. My drink came out my nose. I was like, no fucking way.
The best pickup line is, hi, my name is, what's your name? I think you look cool and I'd like to talk to you.
I can actually
give you I know it sounds boring, but guess fucking what, gentlemen? 100% of the time they'll be, because nobody's coming up to talk to them, because I guarantee you some other douchebag is thinking that in the room. You need to be the first dude before she meets an actual douchebag and go up there and be like, hey, my name is Dr. Aesop Webb. What's your name? You look cool. I think we should talk. And guess what?
Best
They
line,
will talk
nice
to
legs.
you.
What time they open?
I do have my pickup line.
Is
Okay.
that a boring pickup line though? Like, hi, my name is Dr. Aesop.
Yes, it is boring. It doesn't mean it doesn't work, but yes, it is boring.
It fucking works.
Okay, I've got one for you.
All right.
This is the one that I've used, and I will tell you this much, Doctor. Bones has actually heard this before, so.
Oh no.
Hi, my name is Mac. I have a tongue like electric eel, and I can breathe through my ears. Any questions?
Oh, yep. Hey, see, the problem is a lot of times I didn't have
say it. Just lick your eyebrows.
and
then you're fine.
A lot of times I didn't have to use a pickup line. The thing
No,
was,
you didn't.
I had people flirting with me, and I had no idea.
No. Yeah, no, I don't doubt it. I had to work for it, bro.
My favorite thing was watching Bones in a goth club, dressed up in what looked like a hunter outfit. I mean, he looked like and you had all these these goth boys and girls, in they're all dark outfits and everything. He had dark clothing, but at the same point, he looked like he was gonna pull out like a stake or something like that. And you had some of them looking at him and like sizing him up.
Blade? Man, he looked like Blade, girl. He looked like Blade. Look at him. He's sexy.
Hold on.
Look at that motherfucker.
And he raised up his hand and he adjusted his ring, which had a scope on it.
Yep, I had a ring with a scope on it, crosshairs.
Typo negative. Oh my god. I haven't heard that about that
Yep.
band in a minute.
Oh god,
Nice.
That-
You know what?
all the
I
time
haven't
back
heard
in the
about
day.
them in so long that I didn't know. When I was in high school, I liked them. I didn't know Peter Steele had died.
I didn't either. Shit.
Yeah, apparently that guy. And remember what he looked like? He
No.
was jacked. He
Oh.
was yoked.
Well, fuck.
And
What did he die
died
from?
of a heart attack.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah. I remember being like, the fuck? Was he still jacked? Did he let himself go? My buddy went, no, not really. He looked great.
Yeah. I have a feeling I'm gonna live to be old as fuck. And the reason I know I'm gonna live to be old as fuck is because I don't
Sounds
care
awful.
anymore. I smoke, I drink, I've got horrible health issues, and I just don't care anymore. So they're like, guess what? You're gonna stay alive for a long time just to make you feel stupid.
It's like that Lewis Black joke of the dude, that one jogger. Remember him?
You
Jim
better.
Fix, who just
Dad got
died,
knocked
right?
the fuck out. Oh.
He died jogging, and his whole thing was that he was a famous jogger that was like, "Hey, take care of your heart," but he died jogging, and no, wait, it might not be Lewis Black, but at the end of the day, it's like, look, there was a dude who was 100 and some odd years old, and they were like, how the hell do you live this long? And he was like, what's your diet? And he goes, I drink 2 gallons of Thunderbird wine a week, and I eat nothing but bread fried in fatback. Now, fatback, if you don't know what fatback is, fatback makes bacon look lean.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because tasty.
And that's what this motherfucker lived on. And he was like over 90 some odd years old. And they're like, how do you do it? And he was just like, I just pared my diet down. The fuck? That was my nickname in high school. Damn!
Ba-dum-bum.
Beat the shit out of those
Ba-dum-bum-bum.
I hope they lost teeth for that name.
All I have to say is for all these old timers, those in the 90s and what have you, that are going around right now and they look healthy as hell, and they're like, well, what the hell did you do? Just cut out most of the stuff and just went off the all natural diet.
Yeah,
you know,
see, there you go, Kitsune.
kill my own food, raise my own plants. Yeah, because they're doing that, they're getting away from all the processed BS and everything.
Yeah, but those dudes can still die young.
They can still die young, but they're a lot healthier.
They do. Well, no, not in a statistically significant portion.
Well, let's put it this way.
Much of our modern food processing, and I don't mean over-processed shit, just basic inspections of meat and things like that, are actually a better idea than eating what you...
Sorry for the ad break, even though I know you can't hear me.
You're not... I mean, you might catch the parasite that's in the meat or whatever while you're processing it. That's entirely possible and very possible.
Yeah.
But if you don't, now you got that shit. And a lot of that shit is fucked up. Like the shit that you used to be able to catch from pork. I forget, it begins with a T, but I understand why several entire cultures went, we do not eat pork.
You know, I get... Oh!
But in general...
Thank you for the gift sub, Mac.
Grow yourself. Yeah. Oh, awesome sauce. Welcome on in to, well, what we're doing. Hope you can join us in future endeavors. Kitsune NBY.
What?
Woo! It's for you.
Kitsune has one of the magic scythes.
Yes, I got the magic scythe.
Hell yeah. Good stuff. I like the scythe.
I know, that's awesome.
Yeah.
I want one of those.
Well, you're subbed, right? Just change your icon.
Yeah. I'm your first sub.
Yeah, just change your icon.
You
have to go to your chat and
I've seen those videos.
Where your chat identity, you just change it to the site.
I don't have it available, bruh.
Wait, you're in my chat, right?
Indeed.
Let's see here.
Where it says like chat identity right next to send a message.
Yeah, chat identity.
You should have a subscriber badge.
I don't have a scythe badge.
It should automatically come with being a subscriber.
No more ads for you.
I don't know. Maybe because you're a VIP. I mean, you already have a diamond.
I mean, could be.
That's the only thing I can think of.
That's a really great. That's a really great subscriber badge, dude. Grats. I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna do.
Yeah, I got a bunch of. There's a bunch of different badges depending on like your level of subscription and stuff like that.
I'll probably do sciencey shit.
So, like, there's a one with like that's like trickling with lightning at the highest tier.
So you know what we need to do? We need to get back to Ghost Fakers.
I already do Ghost Fakers. I just did it on Saturday.
I know, but that's my jam.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I'm going to get ready to go because I have to get up early in the morning. So
yep, no problem.
I love
Thank you for coming by, Father Mac.
Thank you, guys. Hopefully in April, I'm going to. Hopefully now that we are in April, I'm going to start doing more of my own stuff and everything because this is my anniversary month. So
there you go.
Congrats.
May. I gotta figure out what I'm gonna do for my birthday. May 28th is my birthday.
Yeah, I know.
I want to do a special stream for that.
Here's to hoping. I can only give suggestions. But I will hope that everything goes well. Bones, question for you: do you think creators creators started to worry less about their content when websites started paying people?
No.
I don't think people.
And on that note,
I don't think if you're serious, you ever stop worrying about your content. I think people how do I describe it? Because I have a different viewpoint. I don't like getting paid is nice. It's a benefit, but that's not the reason I do it. I do it because it's fun. I have nothing better to do all day. I'm disabled. I sit at home all fucking day.
Exactly.
So yeah, it'd be nice to be to have all the views and everything. And if I do make money, if I do that's cool. That's fucking awesome. I'm not gonna say fucking no. That'd be stupid.
Right.
But
exactly.
So I have a different viewpoint. I'm just I think everybody worries about their content, but I don't think everybody's clever about their content. I don't know if that makes more sense. And the financial incentive just makes people want to do it more. But sometimes it causes them to do stupid shit. That's why you have those fucking nuisance streamers and fucking dumb shit.
All right.
Well, I'm sorry. I mean, I do my best, but I'm a nuisance.
No. You ain't Johnny Somali nuisance bullshit.
That's fair. Have a good night, gentlemen. Be good, be safe, and if you can't be good at it.
I am
Just
good.
Remember, no pictures and no videos. That leads to evidence.
Good point.
Yeah.
All right. Have a great night. Bye.
Bye.
Nachos. Love that guy.
I know. I do too. We've been buddies since, God, fucking forever.
Well, he's cooler.
That boy got prison time. The universe is healing. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, Johnny Somali's getting prison time in South Korea. Did you hear about that?
What?
Johnny Somali. He's one of those nuisance streamers. He does a bunch of dumb shit. This idiot, he got arrested in Japan for doing shit. And then he got arrested in fucking Saudi Arabia. Now he's in South Korea doing shit. And they finally had enough. And they revoked his passport, gave him a no travel ban until his trial. He was already facing a bunch of charges. His first trial date, he had to plead guilty to all the shit that he'd been doing. He was convinced that he's not going to spend any time in jail. He made a deep fake of him making out with, I guess, some streamer from the area and distributed online. And that's another charge, which is mandatory jail time. On top of that, they have a 98% conviction rate. And on top of that, more so, he's already considered a convicted criminal because of the charges he already pled guilty to.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, he's not in a place that has innocent until proven guilty.
So, yeah, he's trapped there. And now, apparently, like I was seeing today, that I guess he's begging for money because he's running out of money for food. Because he's been kicked off. Oh, he's back.
The fuck?
Oh, and then he left again.
Right.
And apparently, yeah, he's not allowed to stream. He's got kicked off of like all the streaming platforms and shit.
Well, yeah, don't be a piece of shit. Don't be
he was a piece of shit, and he thought that he was gonna walk and that he was gonna be totally fucking fine, and now he's fucking screwed. Because even after he was good, he's still doing dumb shit. To the point where their fucking, like, residents are out hunting him, trying to find his location so they can beat his ass.
I honestly wish that shit happened.
Yeah, they jumped him in the streets, yep.
Both of them. Logan and Jake Paul, fuck those guys.
Yeah, it's people starting to despise in real life streamers is what I'm happy about. Jackasses like him ruin it for other people. And it's not just that, it's the tourists. Now, it's gotten to the point where somebody was showing pictures in Japan that tourists aren't welcome in certain places now because of shitheads like him.
Yeah. Like Logan Paul with the fucking. Remember that shit happened years
Yeah,
ago?
yeah, I
thought
remember.
that would
We
be
were
his-
talking about that when that happened. World of
I thought that
T-shirts.
would
You
be
ever
his
heard of him?
downfall. But
No.
no, now he has been a belt holder in the WWE.
Yeah, that. I was so upset that they even let him fucking do that shit. I cannot believe that shit.
Yeah, I
No,
don't-
who's World of
I
T-shirts?
there's a lot of reasons not to like WWE now, unfortunately. It sucks because that's the only wrestling there is. Except, I mean, local stuff's always fun.
I mean, there's
I have seen
TNA.
some local shit that is wild, bro. I have seen somebody do a power bomb onto a dude with the 2 chairs and the ladder.
Bones, I'll send
Live.
you through a rabbit hole with that. Okay. AEW,
And
yeah,
I asked-
AEW wrestling is pretty good. They got people
and
like
I
Chris
asked
Jericho
him-
and shit.
I asked him, how the fuck did you guys do that without getting hurt? And the guy legit told me, you said nobody got hurt.
Right.
Like, it hurt. And, like, jeez, being ringside for something like that. It's the local stuff.
Wow.
Don't watch the commercial stuff. Watch the local shit. Those local dudes are working their asses off.
I know.
Actually be something that it was, right? I know, I'm telling
Thank you for the follows, Siren in the Mist.
Oh, hell yeah. But, no, watch, you know, support your local
Well,
wrestling.
my wife
Support your
worked.
local businesses.
My wife did stuff in independent wrestling. She was started as a ring girl. Our friend who's a wrestler was like, hey, we need someone to do this. We want to do it. So she came in and did the gig, and they liked her, and they kept her on. She did other stuff where she was a ballet for other wrestlers.
Let's see. Kitsune
Franz!
says, Cryptid runs over to Siren. Franz!
Franz!
Well, I mean, what kind of cryptid?
Yeah, there's a lot of different cryptid.
And are you talking about Siren Head?
Oh. Siren in the
Siren-
Mist. Siren in the Mist.
I don't know what that is.
A siren. Greek mythology, sirens.
Oh, sirens. Yeah, no, okay, I get you.
Ba-dum-bum-bum. Chirp, chirp. They're chirping at each other.
What can I say? I'm not as entertaining as Father Mac.
You're fine. Come on!
No, I'm just self-aware.
If they chirp enough,
It's
maybe we can
called
learn their
growth.
language.
I know.
Come on, Q&A.
Sure,
This is.
yes.
That's
I
what she
swear to
said.
God. Oh, ba-dum-bum-bum. I gave my chat the opportunity to ask me anything, and they got nothing for me. Chorp.
Yeah, they got
What the
shit.
fuck's a chorp?
This is like, come on. Come on.
Are you threatening me? No, I am not.
Ask him.
I am not
anything.
threatening you, Cornholio.
We're challenging you. Ask him anything. Anything. Anything.
Yeah, I've been pretty open about everything. I was like, it's a raid ABU. It's the chance for everybody to learn about me. I'm like, come on, learn. I did my rambling. I did my long talking. Ask me. Okay. Hey, we have a special guest. Sweet background, your design. Oh, thank you very much. Which is your favorite bone? My boner, the big one, the one that
Did
gets
you
the most
design it?
use. Huh? Did I design
The
it?
background.
Oh, did I design the background? No, I purchased the background.
Okay.
Oh.
Still
Everybody knows which my favorite bone is, though. Okay. We have a guest.
Oh yeah, that's
Little Boo wants to know what? What do you want to know? What about you? What? I don't understand. What do you want? Yes, I did. Then you're not paying attention. Okay, Boo wants to know how she did in the lore video.
she did. I.
Aesop said you did I. I? You don't know what I means? You did I.
Alright.
Yes.
It was cute.
Kitsune says she was awesome. Wait, Siren wasn't here for the video. Is there anybody else that missed it?
That's entirely possible.
I don't know. I got about 38 minutes left of my stream. This is your chance, guys.
Do your thing.
I will definitely play the video again before the end of the stream. But yeah, this is your chance. This is the get to know me type thing. So, ask. Yay! I'm trying to think.
Hit us. Give your questions.
Yeah, the first time, like, here's a little background. The first time me and Aesop met, I was actually doing a Ghost Fakers video calling out fake ghost videos, and he showed up in my chat. That was like our first meeting.
Yeah, and
I remember
you do Ghost Fakers too.
We had a bickering match in somebody else's chat between werewolves and vampires.
Yeah, that was a thing too. Yeah. I mean, I still think in general werewolves win.
How long have you streamed for prior to your re-debut? Oh, prior to my I started in October. And about a month or two ago, about 2 months actually, I joined a VTubing agency, Nocturne. And that's why it was advised I should do a re-debut now that I'm in Nocturne. So, here's my re-debut. And also, like, when I first started streaming, nobody knew who the fuck I was. So doing a big debut when no one knew who the fuck I was didn't seem, like, very plausible or point if it had any point. So yeah, now that I've got some regular viewers, I've been out there a little bit, I'm in the agency, I've reached affiliate, it's like a re-debut, yes. Now people will actually give a shit when I show them my history.
Yes. And yeah, Bones has done fucking fantastically. And be proud of him. You're badass, Bones.
Am I?
Yeah, I think so. I'm very much of that particular opinion.
Okay.
Am I coming through?
Oh, what do you want that for?
Oh, I thought they were... Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I was distracted by Lady Taker, who said she wasn't going to come in tonight. Let's see. You missed all of his hoeing story. My hoeing stories. Oh. Gaming as well, or just chatting? Well, I think we're going to do just chatting tonight. I don't have a lot of time, so I think getting into a game... I was not going to take gaming off the table in case it turned in boring. But I think we've chatted up pretty good, and I definitely could talk forever.
Yeah.
When are you going to freaking visit day? Actually, Boo wants to go up to visit sometime. She's never been up there, and I told her all about it. And so I'd love to do a road trip. We've been dying to do a road trip. Yeah, I was telling a bunch of hoeing stories. Sorry I had to walk hellhounds. Ugh.
Yeah, it happens.
Yeah, I have children. It's way worse. I'd rather...
Children don't shit fire.
No, they light everything else on fire.
No comment.
Oh God! My little one point almost freaking caused a fire in the kitchen because she put plastic in the toaster oven and hit the toaster oven button and turned it on while no one was looking, like no one saw it. Then we saw smoke coming out. We're like, what the heck? Why? Why would you do that? I don't know. Oh my God. Hellcats are way easier. That'll do it. I love that too, when the kids do something ridiculous and you're like, why? And they're like, I don't know. What do you mean you don't know?
Well, they don't. They didn't have a decision they made.
Ugh.
Not that they can identify. They're not experienced in identifying such things as yet.
Yeah. For science!
Because, you know, at the end of the day, people are stupid. So if they're really young people...
I used to do...
prop up geniuses and shit so much. Like, oh, this kid's a genius. And it's only because they think on an adult level. That's what it is.
I used to piss my parents off because I used to do this thing. I would take my action figures and I would wrap them in toilet paper. Like lots and lots of toilet paper. And then I would soak them in water and squish it like all like to like form fitting around the figure and get all the water out of it. And then I would just leave it to dry. And then I would cut open the thing and it was like a mold. And I thought it was so neat that I figured out how to do that. And they're like, "You're wasting all our toilet paper, goddammit!" Once caught taco shells on fire in a toaster oven.
Was too what?
I don't know. Is that a plant?
I have no idea.
I don't know either.
Rich man's paper mache.
Yep. Was too high. I get it. I get it.
Yeah, get it. Yep.
Oh God, my old stoner days. I remember I woke up. I crashed at my friend's place, and I woke up to my pants on fire. We were all getting. We were all getting stoned, and I crashed on the couch. Like I got sleepy from when I get stoned. I get sleepy. I took a nap, and I was wearing those baggy pants, the Jinkos, and the bottoms were frayed. So while I was sleeping, my friends were like, "Hey, I'm gonna burn the frayed edges off his pants," and they caught my pants on fire. And I woke up, and I was so stoned, I was just like, "Hey, why are my pants on fire?"
At least they were Jinkos, easy to get out of.
Yeah.
Nice work, Bone Daddy.
Damn. Those were not your friends.
Oh, the funniest thing is actually, yeah, one of those friends.
If they set you on fire, not friends.
Well, that wasn't. To be fair, it wasn't their intent. One of them had a more embarrassing thing happen. They were wearing baggy Jinkos, and they were in the mall. And one of the pant legs got caught in the escalator and ripped like a whole leg of his pants off. He was like in his underwear.
Oh no. Well, guess you are here to buy pants now. You have no choice. Yeah, but the escalator ate my money too.
You had those baggy pants. I used to try to go as big as possible. I had huge ones. They weren't Jinko. They were made by another company, but they were like the biggest I could find. And I remember it got to the point where you went on shit like an escalator and you had to hold them up like a skirt or like a dress. Like, oh!
Dude, I remember looking at those and being like...
2 liter in the pocket? Oh, yeah. Sneaking shit in the movie theater?
No. Those Jinkos to me look so fucking stupid.
I liked them.
Like, they didn't look tactical. Like, I don't know why I've kind of always thought like that. They didn't look useful. Like, I could, with one of my friends, wear Jinkos. Like, 2 of us in one in each leg, you know?
Jinkos, Walkman, Fago. Oh, yeah. Stupidly awesome.
Oh, man.
You're on the losing side on this one. Everyone's on the side of the Jinkos.
Jinkos look so dumb. They did. They look so dumb. I was like, are you trying to have accidents happen? Like,
yep. I wore the Jinkos. I had the skater shoes, the Airwalks.
See, you can't.
I had the
skate in Jinkos.
I
You're
did.
gonna get caught up in your wheels. You know you were holding them up like a dress when you did it, man.
Yep. The ones that I had that were like super huge, I was on Doctor Doom's Fearfall at Universal, and when they did the drop, the pants were so big they flipped up like a fucking dress, and you could see everything underneath.
Yeah.
They like were like a parachute was like flip up. My underwear, my sack, everything was just showing for the world. Luckily, we were too high for anyone to get that good of you. Ah, yes, the Limp Bizkit look.
Yeah, I was gonna say she brings up a good point. The first song that I heard from Limp Bizkit,
Sweeping the Road.
I was like,
yep.
I was like, the guitarist is good. Fuck everything else. I honestly, if I had actually met Fred Durst, I would have gone to jail.
Dream was taken to goodbye TikTok. What's wrong with TikTok? I don't know. I didn't really watch TikTok. Oh, okay.
It's going away.
Except the security cams. What?
Like, I hated Fred Durst, which is why I thought that one book, and it was an old meme that ended up becoming an actual published book that was pirated, and then the actual author went, fuck, they're pirating my book and publishing it? It was called John Dies at the End.
I watched...
and I remember... I found that as just a web blog.
Mm-hmm.
And I read the whole thing. And it was good for the time. And, you know, and they made a movie, which, I mean, obviously leaves a bunch of shit out, but gets the story. And... like, that, you know that guy's written 3 more books in that universe?
No.
You've never heard of John Dies at the End?
I mean, I've heard of it, but I've never watched or read anything about it.
It was straight up a meme story. This was well before creepypastas and other shit like that, when you had to find a page to find this on.
Okay.
You know, back in like 2008. And I remember reading this shit. Somebody prints it out, publishes it illegally, makes money. And
okay.
Apparently this book was being sold in Barnes and Nobles and shit. And then the actual author was like, excuse me? And figured it out, wrote the actual, you know, printed out and published the actual book, sued the shit out of the other guys.
Huh.
And then they made a movie. The movie is called John Dies at the End. Still one of my favorite movies.
I have not seen it at all.
It's weird fun.
Huh.
They made it more comedic.
Okay.
Although it's still technically a horror movie, they made it more comedic and silly. But the book, it had those moments that are included in the movie, which some of them are really high fidelity. Like, they did the sing. And other shit, they changed. But I think that was for movies. But the book itself was a meme, dude. That rose out of nothing, was mispublished, republished under the real author, became a movie, and then the actual author wrote 3 more books.
Okay. I thought we were talking about Limp Bizkit.
Well, here's the thing. In the first book, Fred Durst is mentioned as a character very heavily. And in the movie, too. Sort of. And
oh, no!
It's a complete joke. They are making fun of Fred Durst completely.
Well, back then, everyone fucking hated him.
In the beginning of the book, they made references to Fred Durst being a piece of shit. And at the end of the book, Fred Durst is actually the character who helps them. And it's stupid and fun. And fuck Fred Durst for fucking up metal. You know? What a piece of shit. Metal is amazing. It's a type of music that most people I've met been like, I like metal. They might be into another kind of music, but they like metal.
Yeah.
You know? And metal brings people together because metal is, in all cases, awesome. Unless it's new metal.
I gotta admit,
let hip-hop evolve. Let hip-hop do its thing. Why you gotta bring metal into it?
I did like rolling and break stuff, but that was like it.
I mean, radio songs, I get it.
And the remake of Faith was all right. I mean, it was a remake. It's a cover.
You know, what's the funny thing is I didn't even see Rose's reply of technically Limp Bizkit is new metal, and when I said fuck new metal, I still say fuck new metal. That's Rosa. If you love new metal, you love your shit. You fucking go out there and you enjoy it, right? I'm not telling you not to enjoy it. I'm telling you I think it's shit.
Korn and System of a Down are both considered new metal. I do like Korn. I love Korn.
I do not like Korn, but I do like System of a Down. But System of a Down didn't sound anything like the others. They were like the perfect version of new metal.
I liked older Korn stuff. I like Blind and Adidas. What was like that? I used to tell myself when I was younger, like when I was in high school, I was like, if I was ever a wrestler, I want the Blind song from Korn to be my opening music. Are you ready? It was such a great like hype up thing for like if you were coming down a ring ramp.
Gosh, I remember the first time I heard Korn and being like, ew. Because I had much more recently also heard Motorhead, KMFDM, and a bunch of these others who were just, I was just like, what the fuck? This is awesome, you know?
I used to really love... I used to really love freaking Insane Clown Posse in high school too. But back then it was like considered like...
You're a juggalo! No wonder you look like that. No, from what I've heard, juggalos are actually the sweetest, most charitable people you can meet.
Yep.
Like, they're actually awesome fucking people, except that they get face tattoos.
Not me. No face tattoos. Not fucking up this 10.
Silly.
I missed that response.
Nothing on the face.
Someone who actually knows who KMFDM is. I've heard it so many times. You know, I don't think I've ever actually listened to KMFDM. But I've heard about them so many fucking times. What?
Oh, dude. Well, later on, I think they split up, and then they made another band called MDFMK.
Oh, okay.
And a different mix-up, but it had a similar style. KMFDM, if you've never looked it up, is industrial music at its peak. It's industrial metal that... Yeah, if you ever heard the Mortal Kombat thing, you heard KMFDM.
Okay.
But that's at their lightest. That is their lightest. The Mortal Kombat theme is nothing compared to their shit.
Oh, he said Kitsune says that they didn't break up.
Well, I don't know. I know they made MDFMK for a bit, and I don't know the whole story or nothing. Like, they were not my favorite band. I just know I liked them.
Oh,
I didn't have any of their CDs.
Kitsune used to tour with them.
Who?
Kitsune used to tour with them. Yeah, that was a sidetrack, probably a side project. Yeah, I'm horrible with names. I was a radio DJ at one point, and we used to get all indie music all the time. I can't remember all the bands that came through and all the names. I'm bad enough with names as it is. I used to go, hey, play that song from that one band that was like, they said this, and then I'd have to remember the lyrics.
Somebody suggest a KMFDM song that I can send to Bones that will encapsulate what I'm trying to give him. Hell yeah, Kitsune. I think you should follow Mags for sure. Hey, Kitsune, Mags, give me a song. Godlike. Gotcha.
I'm
gonna send you this, Bonesy.
Uh-oh. I'll watch it later. I'm not gonna do it now, but...
Obviously, I mean, sure. I'm not...
Godlike, megalomaniacal. Oh, damn.
There you go. No, they are... you've heard Motorhead, right?
Yeah.
Picture Motorhead with a shitload more instruments and a lot more aggression, but incredible fidelity where they're keeping with the beat and everything. The beats. This is why when I listen to hip hop, I am never impressed because these fucking beats are incredible, dude.
Okay, well then I definitely need to watch or listen.
Yeah.
Like I said, I've heard the name a million times. I'm horrible with putting names with shit.
A Drug Against War. A Drug Against War is the one I first heard. Holy shit.
Yeah, I used to, oh god. I would just listen to the radio, and if I liked it, I tried to record it. Do you remember, like, having the freaking cassette tapes? And trying to, like, listen to the radio and be ready to press record?
I don't, because our radio sucked. And they never played any good metal, or... I like metal. And to me, most rock is...
Shit, I also remember burning CDs. Fuck.
I like rock, don't get me wrong, but I still think it's lesser than metal. Because metal includes things, besides the 12-bar blues progression, it includes jazz as part of its structure, and the way it's written is like a symphony.
Mm-hmm.
And so I've never been disappointed by metal, but I've been disappointed by other music.
Okay.
It depends on the kind of metal. Like, if you give me death metal where it's like, oh, I'm like, okay, I don't know what's happening.
What about Gwar?
Well, Gwar is a legend, bro. Gwar,
yeah.
Gwar, you gotta just give him a tip of the hat at least.
Right. I still love...
necessarily a fan.
I love the movie Empire Records and the little bit that Gwar played in it.
Yeah, Rose is right. Totally depends on the metal subgenre. That's true. And that's the great thing about metal. You like hip-hop? There's a type of metal for you. You like symphony music? There's a type of metal for you. If you don't know what you like, there are 100 types of metal out there that you can go and look at that are good.
You want to hear a funny story? I had a rule about not dancing because I was too embarrassed to dance. I could do everything else. I could go up on the stage and act like a fool for fucking hundreds and thousands of people. Never cared because I was a performer, but I was too nervous to dance. And Kitsune was the one that taught me how to dance at a club. It was a goth club.
Kitsune?
Yeah. Yes, I told them that I was streaming tonight, and they said they'd come by for it.
Well, Kitsune, I'm sorry if I've been mispronouncing. I'm going by the closest to the Japanese without being like Kitsune. Like trying to, like, do it. What's the word?
I think they get the point.
Tonally.
I think they get the point.
Oh, also, I've had enough to drink to give you this
great
little
movie.
bit of
Wait,
news.
what movie was great? Wait, Empire Records? I think that's what they're saying. Empire Records is a great movie. Damn the man! Save the Empire! It's Rex Manning Day.
I am looking in our game to include something a little bit slightly...
A little bit slightly...
You would call it more anime.
I bought Friends, Kitsune, NB.
This would predate that.
My name is a joke.
So.
Yeah. Kitsune NB.
Kitsune NB.
I get it now.
Yeah, it's dope. Because a kitsune would be. Because they can be any...
Bingo!
But yeah, I might include something like a kitsune or something like that in our game coming up soon.
Okay.
I've been... A lot of what I do is like, oh, I'm going to create a character, right? And then while I'm creating the character, I think to myself, does this fit in any way with what I'm trying to do with the story? And if not, I scrap it. I just X out, don't save. Because what I want is for y'all to have a fun story.
Okay.
It might not be super deep, but lots of interesting stuff.
It'll be fun. So if y'all want to see me play a werewolf, that's Saturday. We do it every other Saturday. This Saturday is game day. So we're doing tabletop werewolf. I'm playing a Glasswalker Theurge that is actually, nice to people and heals them, which is very against my thing. I'd rather be talking shit and calling them stupid. A werewolf?
Amazing.
A werewolf. Where? Over there.
It's a werewolf. But yeah, I mean, I guess the reason I picked werewolf was because everybody was so hyped up on vampire, and
no werewolf.
I went, nobody gives any love to Werewolf the Apocalypse. Everybody is always hyping up Vampire
I disagree. I think well, yeah, I think vampire's higher on the total, but werewolf's a close second. I think werewolf and vampire are the two pillars of the genre.
About werewolf. You only hear about vampire.
Well, when they try to come out with werewolf video games, they fuck it up every time.
Every time. Well, the recent game was kind of fun, except that it was on 5th edition rules.
Oh my god, there's a huge following for Apocalypse. And, yeah.
Oh, well, then link them to us, broski. And I mean broski in a non-gendered way.
Right.
Like, no, okay.
Hunter is amazing! I love Hunter.
I like Hunter if you're going to play exclusively Hunter, hunting the bad guys, or as an antagonist of sorts in the setting, which obviously I have to default to. By the way, Bones, I'm not using Imbued.
Okay.
They don't work with my storyline.
That's fine.
Not that they're not there.
Okay. That's fine. It's your story. I don't give a shit.
No, it's not my story.
I do. I follow the vibe. All right. I'm not writing the thing.
It's y'all's story. I'm just building on it.
Oh, really? I didn't ask for his mom to be kidnapped.
No, you didn't. But I also have the most information about Tiago as a character.
I get it. I'm giving you a hard fucking time. I could make it worse. I could make it so much worse. I'm very well behaved.
Oh, it was not the greatest hook in the world, but it worked.
I mean,
it was the greatest hook in the world.
I mean,
guess what?
What?
It worked.
Well, yeah, and it got us all together. It's a general cause. Yeah, I think everyone can agree. Help someone's mama is a good goal. But I mean, if you want to talk about the old days when I was like down and dirty, Kitsune was like there in those games where they're like, that dude's an asshole.
If you guys had been playing vampires, I would have probably played a Malky, right? But I would have gone Demontation.
I played vampire. I've played at least one of every genre except for Mummy.
Instead of Demontation as a willful act, I would take the what's the word? The accidental Demontation, where I come into a room and I'm sorry, everybody's affected by this.
Oh wait, Kitsune. Yeah, I love that. I love that response.
Mummies are best as NPCs in live action.
Okay, I may seem like I do, but I actually don't like tooting my own horns. I always feel like stories about myself are better told from the viewpoint of other people. You know what I mean? Like, Kitsune, would you please maybe share a good story of me being a complete asshole at a game like where people are like, God, fuck, God damn it. Because you'd probably hear more about stuff behind the scenes than I would, because they're not going to say it to my face. No one ever says that to. You're like King Jackass.
See, I was the anti-Jackass after a point, dude. Like, I would make characters that were specifically built.
You still have a Ravnos shirt in storage? Wow.
To fuck up jackasses. Like, his job was to approach jackasses, I mean, in story, like, not on purpose, and be like, nah, fuck you. Like, I was allowed to create a rank 2 Silent Strider, because Silent Strider, they get, in live action, you can say, hey, I get an extra rank.
Okay,
from a Silent Strider.
Let me clarify. I'm talking about my characters being a complete piece of shit. I, personally, do not think of myself as a complete piece of shit.
Oh no, it's just the way these guys played. like they would play in ways that were like, I'm a Geta Fenris Metis Arun. And since this was in the early
That was my
2000s,
first
I was
Guru character.
Like, how are you not dead? And what do you mean, how are you not dead? Well, at the time, the Geta Fenris slaughtered their Metis at birth.
Mm-hmm.
And so you have to have a good story. That doesn't mean it's impossible, right?
Right.
But if you're an Arun, man, the Geta Fenris love their Aruns, dude. Like, they're going to try and do their best to pay attention. And, first of all, there's a ritual to find you.
Anytime someone would try to outwit you, you would turn it around and destroy them in front of everyone. Usually it would take them a couple of seconds to even realize.
Lol. Oh, man, I want some details on that. Like, oh, you're trying to dominate me? Too bad. I'm a lower generation than you. But turns out my vicissitudes at 6 and I'm turning you into a monster. Bye!
LARP's a lot different from tabletop. A lot of it's more about social interaction as opposed to what's on your character sheet. And I loved being able to flex my mind. I wanted to flex my mind and outwit and I loved being challenged mentally in those games.
Well, the Florida games
Horsefucker could never win.
Like the Miami and Orlando games are well known to be very good. We had a mix at first. Like, when we first started going out in high school, when I first roped the group in, and like, hey, let's go do this, and then here's how you create a character, I'll teach you how, etc., etc. And we all went out for weeks. We kept going every week. And eventually, that game fell apart to where people just...
Yep.
People just be like, I'm the storyteller now. Everything I say goes, and my character's the best.
Oh no,
we
fuck
had
them.
This fucking 7th gen La Sombra walking around, inky black shitting all over the fucking place.
Ew, gross.
And yeah, it was gross in many ways.
No, Kitsune
we
said
just got tired of it. And then Mags went, fuck this, we're gonna do it at our school. And we played Mage.
The Kitsune had first the bottom one usually had 3 muscle characters that would handle issues, and you were the mouth. And I was like, yeah, that was the best way to do it. If you wanted to focus on like mental or social, you needed someone to do the muscle. So I usually had minions or other players that I had wrapped around my finger playing the muscle characters. And they're the front.
What's great about... Yeah, go ahead.
They're the front. That's the clever thing. You always had to do it. We played in an Elders game where the ST had us draw for generation. And while there was fucking actual 7th gen characters in the game, I drew fucking 11th gen. But I wasn't going to tell anyone I was fucking 11th gen. I let them think I was more powerful than I was. And, you know, I got a squad, and, you know, I let them all think I was powerful, and I led the most powerful group in the game, and none of them had any idea I was 11th gen. I eventually Diablerized my way down, but for a while, the only reason I amassed power is just controlling others and knowing how to use them.
Yeah. Which is why I like Bites so much, your character in Werewolf. Because you told me these excellent tales.
I played these controlling characters, manipulative and power and all this stuff. They weren't all evil. I've had good characters that were like heroic types, but they were still jackasses.
Yeah.
And
especially if you're playing a vampire, at the end of the day, you are still the villain, no matter what. That's the point. That's the game. It's the game about realizing the monstrous nature within you as the player.
I had and the story about Horsefucker is fucking priceless. I was running a mixed genre game. It was set during the Wild West, and there was a Bonar guarding.
Everybody's stupid powerful.
There was a Bonar guarding a cave. The vampire walks to the cave and yes. It was mixed genre. They were aware of their presence. They were working together to deal with a problem.
Okay, fair.
This vampire wants to know what's inside the cave. You heard that there's a guru guarding a cave. He goes to the bonar. What's inside? The bonar says, "None of your business. Fuck off." He said it. Now, meanwhile, the other guru actual players in the game. This one guarding the cave is an NPC. The actual player guru all followed him are hiding in the bushes, watching this interaction. Finally, the guy's like, "What can you do? What can I do to get you to let me into the cave?" He says, "Dude, go fuck your horse." Now, he's being sarcastic, but the vampire took it as literal and went and fucked a horse. I shit you not. And then the guru jumped out and fucking beat his ass for defiling the horse. Now,
Yep. That would be a high honor act to do, yes.
Now, the reason he was guarding the cave and not letting anyone enter was because inside the cave there was reported a storm born. If you recall that.
Oh, the World of Darkness. I paid more attention to Mage, baby.
Back during the Umbral Storm.
Oh, the Avatar Storm.
Yeah.
It's still that whole thing, I'm not even including.
Yeah, well, this was during the Wild West, so he was keeping the vampires safe.
That's pre-Storm. Wait. The Wild West is pre-Avatar Storm.
Well, that's what I was running with.
Oh, okay, fair.
And like I said, he was keeping him safe by keeping him out.
Yeah.
Don't let anyone in. There's fucked up shit in there.
Oh, the Eater of Souls. Oh, okay, yeah.
There you go.
Yep, I believe
this was like years ago.
A lot to do with that. Oh my gosh, the loss of the fucking what are they called? Aurora Cohen.
I don't remember. It's been so long since I even touched on that material.
I think it's the Rora Cohen tribe. All did a dance to go and defeat the Eater of Souls, and then the Yuktena sealed it.
Yeah, something like that.
Well, the thing you got to understand about the Eater of Souls, right? Now, a lot of people are like, okay, what the fuck's the Eater of Souls? The Eater of Souls, there are 3 aspects to the worm, right? And the Eater of Souls is one of them. It's basically an incarna all to itself.
Okay.
It was the problem. Croatoan! I
only know that from fucking the settlement.
Rosa, 15 XP. 15 XP to Rosa. Because Croatoan, yeah, it's a huge sacrifice of an entire tribe of Guru to seal this thing, and then Yuktena's job is to maintain that. Which is why the Yuktena are actually willing to deal with other Guru. Oh, whereas
I'm the captain now. Thank you, Siren. Yes, indeed, I am the captain now.
The Wendigo want nothing to do with other Guru because they tried to enact another war of rage in the Pure Lands against them, and they're pissed. And so they're lining up and making friends with Red Talons and shit like that up in the north.
A little pissy.
It's a big deal.
Just a little pissy.
And it's gonna show up.
Well,
oh man, I can't wait. I have so much shit planned for you, motherfuckers.
Well, finishing the story. Now he got beat up by the other Guru. He earned the nickname Horsefucker that stuck with him for years. And to make it even funnier, a Nosferatu in the game started handing out a book to the other players. The book was called A Tale of Sodomy from the Horse's Mouth. He used animalism to speak with the horse.
Good shit, dude.
Yeah, it was rough. Oh my god.
See,
he could not win.
Our unfortunate problem was we had a very, very, in general, overall, whenever we did our LARPs, we had no more, at the best, 20 people. and in general, maybe 10-ish people who went off and did their own things, and they would pair up maybe triple up, but you never, because of the way the game was working, you never really got people to work together in a big way. And that wasn't all the people that showed up, by the way. Like I, for instance, I was a narrator. That was my job.
Okay.
So I might play a narrator character most of the time, but I would also play other characters at need. So I would change up my costume a little bit, like maybe take the jacket and the hat off, and then like, okay, I'm the fucking, guy at the grill. You're at a fucking, what do they call them? They look like trains.
Conductor?
No, a type of cafe that looks like a train.
Oh.
Anyway, you're at a cafe, and you're at the grill, and he's cooking the food right there. He's like, yeah, and he's talking to the people, or whatever character was needed for the time. But maybe tops we would have like 13, 15 people, including narrators, storytellers, and so we didn't have maybe. I would assume at the very least 50 people y'all would have.
Okay.
Like the smallest group. Like, we didn't have that type of thing.
He was a big fat guy named Texas because everyone was bigger in Texas.
Yeah. And he was a mummy.
Awkward. Alright.
Nope, it never came to light. It never came to light.
I'm about to wrap up the stream. I do want to play the lore video one more time for Siren and anybody else that might have come in. So I'm going to play the lore video one more time, then I'm going to wrap up, and I'm hoping to do a raid. So, let's do lore video. Lore video.
Thanks for including me, man.
You're very welcome. You're very welcome. I'm going to mute us.
Taking up so much time.
Just don't talk over the video while it's playing.
Yeah, fair. No worries.
More than 200 years ago, there was a powerful necromancer. As powerful as he was, he became egotistical and prideful. As we all know, pride goeth before a fall. Modern day, the necromancer was out for a walk one night. While crossing the road, a man bumped him with his shoulder, and he did not apologize. The necromancer would not let this stand. The necromancer turned, ready to curse the rude pedestrian. But he wasn't paying attention, so he didn't notice the truck barreling towards him. All that power, undone by a truck. When the necromancer awoke, he was sitting before a goddess. He introduced herself as Nyx, the goddess that would decide where the necromancer would go for his next flight. Oh, so I get to go to some amazing isekai world? The necromancer asked.
No, I've decided you'll return until you've learned some humility. I pray you learn from this lesson.
Little did he know she'd send him back. In his already dead body. I will admit, it's kind of comfy. I don't care if I have to raise like a whole horde of like zombies. Every time I wake up in the morning, I look over to the side and, honey, I feel an evil presence. And then she turns and looks at me. I'm like, oh, there it is. Sorry. Good morning, honey. I've got ectoplasm all up my crack. That's my cousin. Hey!
It's alright. Hey.
There we go. Everyone come to the BJ store. This will attract customers.
The wind team. Something's off.
Yeah, I farted. Me thought we have meat.
I can tell you and I are going to get along just like fire hoses.
And I bet you can do some things with a fire hose, can't you? There we go. What'd you think, Siren? There was the lore video. There we go. What'd you think? Oh my god, I'm getting an echo off of Aesop.
Yep. Turning it off.
There we go. Alright. Thank you all for coming tonight. Thank you all for being here for my re-debut.
Flawless victory.
I'm done modding now. Welcome back, Young Money, just as I'm leaving. I'm wrapping up.
All right.
Here, let me play my favorite audio clip for all my people in the chat. This is my favorite.
Who ordered all this fucking anime titty?
Exactly. That's 44 hours of modding. That's fucking nuts. Woo! Alright, guys. I want y'all to have a good night. I will catch y'all later. Please don't go anywhere. I'm going to raid. I'm going to throw some love over to somebody else while I got some people in the chat. In 3 days. That's fucking nuts. 44 hours of fucking coding in 3 days. Modding, I mean.
Jeez.
Damn. Ooh, screwed by the herbal commercial. No!
Everybody's playing Repo, looks like.
Wait, Siren, are you
damn.
saying you didn't get to see the video? I gotta know. We got time. I mean, I'm not rushing.
Oh, yeah, they need to see the video. That shit's dope.
It's always my fucking ads. They come at the worst fucking time. Here, let me show you something. Ad. Really? Now? Any other time. Nope, no ads.
I thought the Queen was playing, but she ain't on.
She was.
Yeah.
But I know she wasn't feeling well the other day. I don't know if that's fully gone yet.
Could be. Oh, but get well, Queen.
Siren, did you see the video or not? I don't know if you can hear me past the commercial. I don't know if the ads are done yet. I don't get an alert. They're supposed to alert me. Yes, you did see the video. Okay, we're good. Groovy.
Nice. Good video, dude.
Thank you. I'm glad you liked it.
Ideas.
Alright. I'm going to catch y'all later. Please stick around for the raid. Let's throw some love to someone else. Let me see who else we got. Again, thank you all for coming. I really appreciate it. I'm glad so many people showed up and made the my re-debut special. I appreciate it. And thank you, Aesop, for joining me.
Thank you for having me, man. For real. It's an honor.
Yeah, we homies. We homies. We collab a lot. I thought it'd be fitting for like the last part, to have you there so we could, bullshit and everyone can hear our, nonsense.
Tomorrow I'm doing Ghost Fakers if you want to jump in.
What time?
8 p.m. Maybe earlier.
Okay, I'm going to be streaming before that. Maybe I'll hop in like halfway through my stream.
Okie dokie.
Alright. Talk to you later. Again, have a great night, everyone. Thank you all for coming. I really appreciate all the support. I do. Thank you again. Let's throw a raid out to someone. Have a great night, everyone.